Oh.
All night. And when I say be on time, I mean to queue. Do not skip the queue and try to come straight to the field. We do have match timers. We got to start on a certain time. If you keep showing up late, showing up with problems, oh, we forgot to swap the battery. Oh, we forgot all our glasses. We're trying to fix this one last thing. We'll try to be a little patient with you, but if you're skipping queuing every time, coming straight to the field, we're going to have less patience. If you're having a problem every time you come to the field, one thing or another, we are going to take notes on that, and there can be consequences eventually. Be on time to queue at the queuing table. To go along with that, same rule as ever, you cannot have open-toed shoes or Crocs. Okay. Oh, there's teams over there too. Hi. No open-toed shoes or Crocs. That's going to be enforced. If you come up to the field or the queuing tables wearing those, we're going to send you away. You're not going to be part of the drive team. Same with your safety glasses. Keep them on at all times, in the pits, in the queue, up at the field. All right, to the gameplay. Just the same reminders as always. You guys know which zones are protected, right? You got your loading zone, your secret tunnel, your base zone, your gate zone, the gate lever, all kinds of things to worry about it. There's probably going to be more defense today than what you've seen this season. Expect that to happen. Be careful. It's on you. If you're in a zone you're not supposed to be in. Human player contact, another reminder there. If you touch the robot directly, you're getting a yellow card and a major foul. If you touch the robot transitively through an artifact, you're getting a foul. Let go of the artifact before it touches the robot. Also, for the human player, when you're entering an artifact onto the field, it needs to stay in the loading zone. It can only be taken out by a robot. So if I drop an artifact as the human player and it rolls out of the zone, that's a foul. If I try to roll it out of the zone manually, that's a foul. If I try to put it in the robot and it plunks off and goes out of the zone, that's a foul. So just be very careful when you're putting artifacts into the zone. Also, if you've got a robot that's, maybe your robot is right here, pinned up against these artifacts, your human player can't touch those, it's going to be a foul. You need to tell your robot to back off so you can reach in and get it without causing a transitive foul. Oh, by the way, my name's Wade, for you guys who know. I'm the event head ref for today. I'll be head reffing this field. We have a great crew of experienced refs. A lot of them have experience with worlds, higher level competition. They're incredibly mean, though, just so you're warned. Very mean people. Okay, auto start. At the start of the match, you are given a momentary allowance for hitting start of plus or minus 3 seconds. If one robot starts a little early, that kind of tends to throw everybody else off. And, you know, in the past, we'd reset the whole field and start everything up. If a robot starts early, ignore it. Just pay attention to the ref. We're going to go through with our countdown. We're going to start the match. They may get a penalty for the early start, may not. Just keep going. Don't stop, okay? Unless the ref tells you, whoa, 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 everybody stop. Keep going. If you start auto late, you've got 3 seconds, so it may not be a foul. But you can't let the robot go. The program runs 30 seconds. You started 3 seconds late, so your program's going to run long. You'll be penalized if you don't stop it when the auto buzzer sounds. A reminder about your base parking scores. Base is scored right at 0 and at no other time. It's scored by the referees wherever they're standing outside the field. We are instructed by first. We can't get onto the field for a closer look. We can't bend down to try to see it closer. Wait any longer after that. If it's not obvious that you are partially or fully parked right at 0, then you don't get the score. Try to make it as obvious as possible. Pinning, another question we get a lot. I want to make sure you understand. If your robot can move in any direction, you are not being pinned. Even if somebody has you up against this wall, but you still have freedom of movement side to side, it's not a pin. You have to be completely immobilized. Forcing fouls. I want to cover that as well. Like, you can't be forced into committing a foul, but there's some stipulations with that that are important. If I am a red robot and I'm near this other loading zone, and the opposing alliance pushes me into the loading zone. If I was within 2 feet, it's still a foul on me for being that close to somewhere I shouldn't have been. If I'm outside of 2 feet, the width of a tile, and get pushed in, it's a foul on the team that pushed me for trying to get the foul. So just keep that in mind. If you're anywhere even near one of these zones, if you're within 2 feet and get pushed in, it's still on you. The next thing, of course, gracious professionalism. Tensions are going to be a bit higher today. Kids are going to be really excited. I know everybody wants to advance. Thankfully, we've got a ton of advancement spots. And so they'll be challenging a lot of things. I love that. Go to the question box all you want. We'll try to clarify as best we can. But try to remember to contain your emotions. It's important, right? You may disagree with us. We may make a call you don't like, makes you mad. That's how these things go. That's things that will go in college for you and professional life. That's the point of gracious professionalism, is to keep your emotions in check, whether it goes your way or not, accept the outcome. We'll do our best. If you come with a question that is, hey, we think we scored 2 more artifacts than you guys recorded, I'll go ask my crew, but the chance that they were counting in their head how many artifacts got scored, probably pretty low. If it's they hit us in the loading zone and we didn't record it, again, we're trying to record everything we see. Now, things can happen where we just forgot to put it in, or maybe we misclicked or something, so it's worth asking. If you come to us with a rule interpretation, hey, this rule says this, and I think the meaning of it means this, and I think this shouldn't have been a foul, now we can have a real good conversation, okay? And along with that, of course, the referees are not allowed to view any video or pictures of matches. In fact, if you try to sneak one in and show it to us, now we can't change the ruling at all. You've biased us. We can't do it. So no video, no pictures. We're not allowed. Another reminder about live scoring. When the match ends, we have 2 refs that are doing the scoring tablets. They hit an early submit button to where they go to a review. That submit button stops the score you see on the big screen. They haven't put in base scoring. They haven't put in pattern scoring. There's probably depot scoring they haven't put in. Fouls that still need to put in. So the score on the screen there at the end of the match, there's a lot more that could be added, subtracted, changed about it. Just so you're aware. You won't see any of it until we actually post the score. And in regards to when we're going to post, we're going to run a match on this field. Then we're going to run a match on that field. Then we will post the score for this match after the next match completes, to try to keep things moving a little faster so we don't get stuck just waiting on one score. Okay, that's just about all the notes I have. Have fun. It may be your last event of the season. Hopefully not. Some of you get to move on. If you just stress all day and don't get a chance to meet all these amazing other teams and robots and come up with great ideas for next season, for outreach or construction, what was the point of it all? Hopefully you've learned a ton this season and find a way to enjoy the day no matter what happens.
All right. For those who don't know me, I'm Bill Shadiger. I'm one of your FTAs today. I will probably be on this field with Wade. But regardless, there's a bunch of us who are running around in these red shirts with the vests, okay? We are your FTAs. We are here to help you. We are here to assist you. We are not here to fix your robot for you, okay? If you have something that you can do in your driver station, you can reset the bot all day long. As soon as it hits driver control, hit it as much as you need to. If you actually have a problem that you are just totally baffled and are going, I don't know what's next, raise your hand, yell FTA, and we will come and help you. But we're not going to preemptively come over and just stand over your shoulder and try and help you, okay? We need you to take that responsibility on yourselves and fix your own robots. You should come to the field with a robot that is prepared to run the match. Okay. Logistics, real quick. Queuing. You have queuing on each side on the outsides. You have queuing on the sides for the match, okay? This is field 1 for arrow. Field 2 for arrow. So if you are in an odd numbered match, you will queue in the odd numbered table. If you are in an even numbered match, you will queue in the even numbered table. For the folks over here who are in Terra, same thing. This is field 2. That is field 1. Queuing is over there. Queuing is right here. Queue where you are supposed to be. Queuing is on you. It is your responsibility to queue at the right times. When you come to the field, the FTA is going to kind of go through. We're going to make sure that your robot is ready. We're going to do a couple of checks. Mainly, we're looking for that run button is green. That run button being green means that you're connected to the robot has a decent ping time, and that your controllers are connected. If we see that, we're going to ask you, are you ready for hands off? As soon as you give us a thumbs up, and that is a clear thing that we all need to see as the FTAs. We're going to ask you, are you ready? We need to see that thumbs up from everybody in that drive box. That way we know that everybody is ready to have a live robot right in front of them. All right? This is not anybody's first match of the season, so I think everybody knows what they need to do. All right? So with that, we're going to start it off with the opening ceremonies.
Okay, real quick, any questions? We're a little behind, but I want to make sure. Yes, sir. If the robot causes the ball to go out, then no, that's fine. If it was caused by the robot, then it's not a penalty. That goes back to if you get pushed more than 2 feet, it's on the robot that pushed you. If you're in the middle, yeah, it depends on if I've got a robot right here, I'm red, and I get pushed into blue, it's on me because I wasn't 2 feet away. It's, you know, if I'm over here and they push me there, then it's on them for pushing. We get parking points if we are on the inside of that big triangle. For leave and auto, just don't be over a tape line. Being inside it is fine. That still gets leave points. Anything else? Yes? So if you're actually pinned and immobilized, we start a 3-second count. It's a foul for every 3 seconds until the opposing robot backs away a full 2 feet and stays away for a full 3 seconds. Anything? We're all good. Yes, sir. As long as they move it within the zone. As long as they stay within the zone, you can manipulate these. Not in auto. Keep your hands off in auto. Anything else? We're all good? 1 sec. Okay. And bonus points for every head ref other than me that you hit in the face today. Just so you're ready. Okay? We're good?
All right. One thing I forgot to mention. We are training you for that next level of competition. That next level of competition from here is guess where? Championships. And at championships, one of the things that is going to happen that's a little different from how you've seen it all season long here in Central Texas at least is, unless you were one of the few teams that went to the Governor's Cup, you got a preview of that. The fields are going to be elevated. So as part of you putting your robot on the floor is you will not enter the field. You will come to the edge of the field, put your robot down. If you're in the back, you're going to walk around the field and put your robot down. If you are a team member who is in the driver's box or going to be in the driver's box for a given match, you do not enter the field until after the match to get your robot. Do not walk across. Do not start here and walk through. Do not start over there and walk through. Walk around the field and sit the robot down from the outside. All right?
We keep forgetting one more thing. End of the match. Scorekeepers are going to finish their part. We still may be talking fouls. We will tell you to pick up your robots. What that means is pick up your robot and set it right down here and stay put. Just take it off the field so we can start resetting the field while we finish up the foul calls, okay? We want you to stay here so we can tell you what the fouls are so there'll be less questions after, okay? So when we say pick up your robots, pick them up, but stay in your alliance box, okay? There you go.
All right, everyone. How are you doing this morning? Good. Welcome to the Central Texas Regional Championship. I know Wade kind of covered this in his meeting. We have 8 teams from this event advancing to the World Championship, 11 more who will advance to premier events, as well as 18 teams who will advance from this event to the Texas Cup. So congratulations. There's a wealth of opportunity for teams competing here today to get on to the next level. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily DeMille. I am your FiT program leader for FTC for the state of Texas. We're going to try to kind of keep it short today with opening ceremony because we're running behind. So if you've already received match schedule and you know that you're in match 1, we're going to try our best to start match 1 on both fields promptly following opening ceremony. One of the most important things that we're going to go through quickly in opening ceremony, and this is going to take us a second because we want to recognize these students. We have an award in the first program called the First Leadership Award that was formerly known as the Dean's List Award. This award recognizes an individual on a team who showcases and broadcasts the first core values. In the state of Texas, we have a lot of semifinalists. We had 160 semifinalists this year who got submitted for the First Leadership Award. All of those students were interviewed as part of the First Leadership Award process, and we selected 4 finalists from the Central Texas region who are going to go on to represent us at the world stage for another chance to win the First Leadership Award at World Championship. So I'm going to go ahead and announce these 4 students. All right, our first finalist for the First Leadership Award is Eduardo Saucedo from 2999 Weeping Angels. All right, our next finalist that we're going to recognize is Ellen Gang from Basis. All right, our next finalist that we're going to recognize is Rithwick Nair from ChaiGPT.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, and our final finalist for the First Leadership Award that we're going to recognize for the Central Texas Regional Championship is Arhan Joffrey from Slingshot. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our finalists. One more thing before I hand it over to our amazing game announcer and MC, Adam, over here. During lunchtime over by the practice field, we do have a candy bar going for teams that is completely free. So students, during lunchtime, feel free to go by the candy bar, which is happening over by the practice field. Thank you, everyone.
I promise you, that candy bar is really good. Make sure to go. All right. Thank you so much, Emily, for the opening remarks. And we're in for a... Oh, is it not? Whoops. All right. That was my bad. All right. Thanks, Emily, for the opening remarks. And we're in for a really good day here together at the Central Texas Championship for the Decode season. All right. We're very excited to have you here. And on behalf of the event staff, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the students who will be competing here today. This season, students step into the world of archaeology, uncovering stories hidden in artifacts, tools, and discoveries. Our students will dig deeper using STEM skills and creativity as they design, build, program, and drive their robots. Together, they'll take on thrilling head-to-head challenges inspired by science and discovery. A huge shout out to our season sponsor, RTX. Thank you for your support of First Tech Challenge this season. Now, Mr. Parts. All right. We ask that today, as you compete, that all of you honor the first ethos of gracious professionalism. That means doing your best work and at the same time, respecting and valuing other students, teams, and volunteers here. Now, I'd like to recognize the volunteers who helped to make today happen. First, I know they're probably in the back rooms right now, but let's recognize our judges. These individuals have the very difficult job of signaling out the best teams of the bunch we have here today. They've already been busy this morning interviewing teams and reviewing team information. They'll be in the pitch, watching matches, and deliberating later today. We look forward to seeing the outcome of their hard work at the playoffs and award ceremony this afternoon. Let's give all of our judges a big round of applause for those of you still here. All right, next, I'd like to introduce our FTAs, control system advisors, and all of our technical staff here making our event happen. We also have our referees. I'm sure you're going to see a lot of them today. So a big round of applause for all of our event staff. And before we get started, I'll give you a quick overview of our schedule for the day. In just a few moments, we're going to start with qualification matches. And after that, we'll head to alliance selection, where our top-ranked teams will choose their partners for this afternoon's playoffs. During these playoffs, we'll celebrate with awards, wrapping up with our event winner, and of course, the Inspire Award. It's going to be a very exciting day. Before we get started, let's be mindful about safety. We have emergency exits here, here, and here. And if you have any medical or safety concerns, please contact one of our key volunteers or pit admin. Thank you for making this event safe and enjoyable for all. Now, teams in the first match, please take the field as we get ready to start the Texas Central Championship.
So you're right in front of the speaker and screeching. You're good.
Oh, was it?
That's what you're saying right in front of the speaker every time you talk.
We're done, so we're good.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Hey, that's hot.
Do you know if we have extra pins for like the driver?
All right, we're getting ready for our first matches of the day. On the field, we have Team 3033 Techno Riders with a red alliance with Team 21438 Chaotic Current. One team is from San Antonio, Texas, and the other from Cedar Park. On the blue alliance, we have Team 32001 Quantum Coders from Round Rock, Texas. And we have Team 5243.
330 Exodus. They're right here, right next to me, and their robot is Nebula. The other team on the blue alliance is 6272 Iron Eagles Prime. Their robot's name is Snoopy. On the red alliance, we have 23350 Microchips and Queso, and their robot Cypher 2. The other robot on
our
the red alliance.
second match on Red Alliance, we have Team 6407 Mechanical Mustang Secretariat from San Antonio, Texas. Partnered with them, we have Team 31764 Cujo Robotics from Waco, Texas. On the blue alliance, we have Team 20240 Slingshot from Austin, Texas. We also have 32052 for Robo Lobos from Cedar Park, Texas. Good luck, you guys.
Specifically, you have to say the other word because there's four robots too.
All right, we are randomizing here for match 1 in the Terra division. See the pattern. All right, am I good? All right, let's get match 1 started. In 3, 2, 1, go! All right, all 4 bots off to a moving start here. Many balls being scored. I think some bots here are trying to align with the motif strategy, where they score the balls in the order set by that randomized pattern just a moment ago. I think we can see Exodus and Microchips and Queso both going for this strategy here. We have Snakebite in the back here, going for some far zone shots. I think maybe hitting a drive team a little bit. And we end the auto with at least 25 balls scored.
3, 2, 1.
As we kick off the teleop period, we can see all 4 bots moving yet again. And I think we'll start to see a strategy where some bots do the close zone and some bots main the far zone. We can see Microchips and Queso getting ready to go for some far shots here, while Exodus on the blue alliance scores some close shots. All right, we've got two bots contesting that far zone now. We'll see a little bit of defense quite a bit here between Exodus and Microchips and Queso. Exodus launching 3 quick far shots, all landing in the goal. Meanwhile, Iron Eagles Prime and Viperbot Snakebite up front doing some close shots, trying to score those balls in quickly. Microchips and Queso taking advantage of that dual intake to cycle from both far zones and shoot many balls, while Exodus leverages their side of the far zone to shoot many balls very quickly. Iron Eagles Prime jumping that gate, doing some corner cycles, close zone. Exodus cycling that human player, doing some more far shots from the edge of that far zone. Having some contact in that secret tunnel over on the blue alliance side of the field, while Exodus shoots 3 more far shots. Seeing some defense between Microchips and Queso and Exodus here in the far zone, while Iron Eagles Prime opens that gate yet again, going for even more cycles. Meanwhile, Snakebite cycling alone on their side of the field, putting quite a few balls into the red goal from the close zone. Seeing some more contact in that far zone as Exodus and Microchips Queso both compete for space in that very limited far zone. Snakebite seemingly opting to play some defense on both Iron Eagles Prime and Exodus, trying to slow down the scoring pace of that blue alliance. Microchips and Queso opting for a quick park here, I think, while Exodus aligns in that base zone, going for a full park. Microchips and Queso using a kickstand mechanism to attempt a full park in the other zone, concluding the match. All right, I just came over from field 1. Let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 6221 Pantherbots Alpha from the Texas Military Institute in San Antonio. Our other team on the Red Alliance is 31938 the Burrito Dogs from Medina Valley High School. On the Blue Alliance, we have 23361 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas, and their family and community team, along with 23944 Robolobos Fenrir from Cedar Park High School. All right, we all ready to get started on this field? Ready? We're ready. All right, we have a time. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have 3 robots off to a quick moving start here. And autonomous, we have 16221 shooting some close shots. 31938 opting for some far shots, while Robolobos Fenrir shoots from the far zone on the Blue Alliance. All right, we have Cosmobotics moving here on the Blue Alliance now, shooting 3 close zone shots, while Robolobos Fenrir dumps even more balls into that goal. We have a collision here during the autonomous period on the Red Alliance between Burrito Dogs and their partner, Pantherbots. Robolobos Fenrir sinking 3 more shots far to end off their autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, in the teleop period, we have all 4 robots moving. That is good to see. We have Robolobos Fenrir opting for those far shots that serve them so well in auto, while Cosmobotics dumps 3 balls close. The Burrito Dog seems to be opting for a close strategy along with their partner Pantherbots, both opting for the shooting from the same zone. Cosmobotics seems to be dumping that gate over and over again, opting for those quick gate cycles to get a repeated ball access. Robolobos Fenrir, again, continuing those strong far shots, sinking 3 more from that far zone. Pantherbots Alpha dumping a quick 3 from the close zone. Robolobos Fenrir dumping another 3 far. I think what we'll notice across these long day of matches is some robots doing close and some robots doing far, similar to what we're seeing on the Blue Alliance between Robolobos Fenrir and Cosmobotics. Burrito Dogs seem to have shifted to that strategy of shooting far while their partner shoots close as well. Both teams seem to be mostly cycling on their own side of the field, opting for a high point strategy. There's some contact in the far zone, while Burrito Dogs and Robolobos Fenrir try to sort out who's shooting where. Couple missed shots flying out of the field over here by me, while Cosmobotics dumps that gate, so them and their partner Robolobos have more balls to shoot. Pantherbots Alpha shooting some quick close zone shots while their partners sink some in from far. Pantherbots dumping that gate, opening cycles into the human player zone for their partner to go grab. Robolobos Fenrir grabs another quick three from the human player zone and sinks 3 more far shots, while Cosmobotics drags over some balls from the gate and lands them into the goal. Pantherbots having even more quick, close cycles. Let's see if they can keep pace with the Blue Alliance. Lots of balls flying all over the field. A couple fell out over on this side. Cosmobotics undergoing some heavy defense over in that base zone while the teams try to sort out going to park. Teams going for some really last-second shots here. And we have parks from several teams. All right. We're getting into qualification match 3 over here on the Terra division. And I'm going to do some quick introductions for our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have Basis, batteries not included. They're sponsored by the Texas Workforce Commission, and they seem to be a community team. Their alliance partners, Gigabytes of Guac. On the Blue Alliance, we have what seems to be a sister team of the Red Alliance, Basis, Some Assembly Required. And their alliance partner, Hungamunga. All right. All right, we are ready here for qualification match 3 in the Terra division. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got all 4 robots in motion here on this field. We have the Blue Alliance sinking 6 balls into that goal very quickly, while the Red Alliance shoots 3 close. All right, we got even more balls flying from this Blue Alliance here, while the Red Alliance shoots a couple more balls into the close goal. Hungamunga and their partner over here seem to be scoring quite a few balls. It's almost like they've coordinated these autonomous programs beforehand. All right, the Blue Alliance sinks I think, 20 balls in that autonomous period. That's pretty impressive.
3,
See if the Red Alliance
2,
can catch up in the tele-up
1.
period. And as we get started in that tele-up period, we see yet again all 4 robots moving. Blue Alliance quickly dumps that gate full of artifacts, getting them out back onto the field and into circulation. The Red Alliance quick to move and catch up to that Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance stumping that gate yet again, circulating even more balls onto the field, while their partner, Hungamunga, scores even more balls into that close zone goal. It seems both teams on the Blue Alliance have opted for a rapid shooting strategy, dumping many balls very quickly into that goal. The Red Alliance here taking some shots into the goal from the close zone, hoping to catch up. Blue Alliance having a quick little partner scuffle over there in the secret tunnel, trying to get some artifacts to pick up as they sort out who's going to shoot in the close zone. All right, we have some contact here. Defense in the secret tunnel for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance scoring even more balls, going to probably dump that gate in another second here. Another collision for the Blue Alliance in their human player zone. We can see bases, some assembly required, dumping even more balls into that close zone while Hungamunga cycles. It seems they're trying to have a pace where they're both offset from each other and cycling at different times. Red Alliance, though, not to be deterred, shoots even more balls from their close zone. Gigabytes of guac dumping quite a few balls into that close zone goal for the Red Alliance, while bases, some assembly required on the other side picks up balls from that gate. Hungamunga doing the same, dumping some balls out onto the field, grabbing them from that gate, keeping balls in circulation. 3 balls sink for the Blue Alliance while we enter the endgame period of the match. All right, a rapid 6 from the Blue Alliance here as the match comes to a close. Let's see if we can get any parks. We have a lift over here on the Red Alliance. Let's see if they can get 2 full parks. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get team introduction started for qualification 4 here on the Terra side. On the Red Alliance, we have 29999 Weeping Angels from San Antonio, Texas, and their alliance partner, Wagner Trilobites. On the Blue Alliance, we have 32240 Penguinauts and their alliance partners, 4707 the Midway Predators. Looks like we've got our results in for, it's not showing up on that screen, qualification number 3. results in for qualification match number 2 here. Yep. And I think we should be ready to start qual 4 here momentarily. All right, we are ready to start qualification match number 4 here in the Terra division. So teams, let's get ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, yet again we have all 4 robots in motion shooting many balls immediately at the beginning of the autonomous period. Weeping Angels moving quickly to shoot several balls from the closed zone. Seeing some gate intaking happening in autonomous here. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance doing the same, scoring several balls in the closed zone. Midway Predators here going for some shots from the far zone while their partner shoots from the closed zone. Weeping Angels opting again for some of those gate intakes. And as we're closing the autonomous period, the Blue Alliance
Drivers,
starts with the lead.
pick up your
having scored
controllers.
16 balls during that
3,
period. The Red Alliance
2,
scoring 8.
1.
All right, all robots off to a swift start in autonomous. Weeping Angels quickly pivoting over to the other side. Meanwhile, 4707 going yet again for those far zone shots, I believe. Whoa, 32240 shooting some very high balls over on this side. I think I'm having to kick some around over here. While Weeping Angels goes for some close zone shots on the Red Alliance, taking some heavy defense from the Windway Predators. 12820 here on the Red Alliance, opting also for some close zone shots, but they're also enduring some heavy defense. We have a straight part here on the field. Not sure where that came from. 32240 returns to the close zone yet again for 3 more shots, which also go over the goal. See some balls flying around here from out of the launch zone. 12820 sinking 3 balls in from the close zone. Looks great. Meanwhile, Weeping Angels shooting more balls from the close zone and cycling from that gate on their side of the field. 32240 going yet again for some more shots. This time they sink them. Good job. All right, Red Alliance 12820 coming back to the close zone, getting ready to line up and shoot another 3. Midway Predators here trying to stop them with some defense. Weeping Angels over here taking some hits over by that gate. Meanwhile, 12820 coming back again to the close zone, preparing to shoot 3 more balls, of which they hit all of them. Midway Predators and 32240 coming back again to that close zone, playing some more defense and trying to sink in 3 more balls, of which they land. 12820 cycling out opposing human player zone. Lots of free balls over there, playing some defense on the Midway Predators, causing them to miss a ball. Weeping Angels coming back to that close zone for some more shots, missing that one though, unfortunately. 32240 sinking 3 dots in from the close zone, while Weeping Angels cycles more balls in the close zone as well. We have some contact during the endgame period as teams seek to land their parks. All right. Let me introduce the teams real quick for qualify before we get started. On the Red Alliance, we have 23668 Styber Stampede and 24133 Chai GPT. I like that name. On the Blue Alliance, we have Eclipse 12670 and 31666 Athletic Tech Robotics. All right, without further ado, let's get this qualification match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we see 3 robots in motion here. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance moving quickly to score many balls. Athletic Tech shooting from the far zone, while 12670 Eclipse shoots several balls from the close zone, seemingly cycling from that gate. Athletic Tech sinks 2 balls from the far zone, one of them going over, while 23668 shoots a couple balls from the close zone. They move to park. Eclipse sinking yet another 3 balls from that close zone, while their alliance partner Athletic Tech seems to have gone for that leave points. All right, a very strong autonomous period for the Blue Alliance
Drivers,
here. As
pick up your
You can
controllers.
see all 4 bots moving and
3, 2, 1.
And we see all 4 robots up and moving, ready for this match. We have 12670 Eclipse opting for those gate cycles from the close zone, while their partner Athletic Tech opts to cycle in the far zone, seemingly grabbing from those human players. ChatGPT opts to do a similar strategy to Eclipse, grabbing from that gate in the close zone and coming over to cycle some balls. Seems I accidentally had picked up a couple extra there. Athletic cycling yet again from that far zone, sinking several balls in, getting many points for their alliance. 2-3-6-6-8 going for some rapid close zone cycles here. Oh, just missing a little bit short. 1-2-6-7-0, really rapidly cycling that gate, sinking multiple balls in for their alliance, and Athletic really just going back and forth through that far zone, sinking many balls in from that zone. Eclipse again opening that gate, while ChatGPT and their alliance partner, Cyber Stampede, sink 6 balls in sync in the close zone. ChatGPT opting to cycle that gate yet again, grabbing several balls from that and moving them back to the close zone, where they shall hope to shoot and score them. All right, we're seeing some defense here in the close zone between Cyber Stampede and Eclipse. While Eclipse goes for even more of those quick gate cycles. Athletic getting some quick grabs in those human player zones as they continue to cycle the blue far goal. Eclipse again going for 3 quick close shots, while ChatGPT and their partner Cyber Stampede opt to go for some quick close cycles to try to make up that gap. I think we're seeing a little bit of defense here in the Red Alliance human player zone as Athletic is pushed around by Cyber Stampede. ChatGPT quickly guy cycling and going back to the close zone, hoping to score some more balls. Ooh, I think we just saw a quick ball theft right there from ChatGPT. Cyber Stampede coming back with 3 balls to hopefully shoot them close. And they sink one of those balls into that goal. ChatGPT opting for even more gate cycles as we end the end game period here. The Red Alliance seems to be opting to go for some parking points. The Blue Alliance doing the same, ending the match in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, I'm going to do some quick introductions for the teams in qualification match 6 on the Terra division. On the Red Alliance, we have 16311 Viperbots Recoil from Vandergrift High School and 18458 Droid Rage Zenith from Corpus Christi. On the Blue Alliance, we have 16320 Screaming Comets. The first thing's a money symbol. Maybe I said that wrong. And they are from Tybee High School in Caryville, Texas. The other team on the Blue Alliance is 23312, the Qubits from Austin, Texas. Here in on the Terra division for qualification match number 4, and that seems to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. Is that a 1-point difference? Wow. All right, Terra Division, just hold a moment. I think we've got some technical things to sort out. All right, we are randomizing here over field 2. All right, scorekeeper. All right, we are all ready over here on field 2 to get started with qualification match number 6. And let's get that started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, all 4 robots moving and shooting over here on field number 2. 18-4-5-8 opting for some quick closed zone cycles. 16-3-1-1 shooting far. On the blue alliance, we have 2-3-3-1-2 shooting some far zone shots, while 16-2-3-0 shoots from the close zone. All right, we've got many balls being landed in here from both alliances. It seems the blue alliance is slightly up right now at the end of the autonomous period as teams leave the zones for those leave points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's see all 4 robots moving here at the beginning of teleop on field 2. We have 16320 with their awesome looking triple shooter design. They can shoot 3 balls at one time. 18458 with that sick looking polycarbonate robot shooting from the close zone, while 16311 with their slick red and black robot cycling from that gate and shooting many balls from the close zone. 23312 shooting far with that double shooter of theirs. Ooh, I think we saw some rubber bands flying around on the field right there for just a moment, while 18458 and 16311 continue to cycle that red goal from the close zone. We see some defense being played in the Red Alliance human player corner as Recoil attempts to slow down 23312's far cycles. 18458 coming back yet again for another close zone shot, sinking 2 of those balls, while Recoil launching a couple out of the field here over in my direction. All right, Recoil lining up. Gets some more so shots, unfortunately missing both of those, while 18458 comes back for their turn, hitting 1 ball. 23312 lining up to shoot in that far zone. Sinking a ball in. 16320 unfortunately spits a couple balls onto the field. I think they'll be able to get that shot next time. Oh, we've lost a number plate on the field as 18458 comes back for more close zone cycles. 16320 lining up as swing and a miss. 18458 and Recoil both coming back at the same time for those close zone cycles, while 23312 cycling even more balls in that far zone. We had a little bit of a collision between 2 partners there. Hopefully they can get that sorted out as Red Alliance comes back in to the close zone, shooting 3 more balls. We've reached the end game period here. Let's watch those base zones, see if any robots try to go for some parks or if there's any crazy collisions going on. 18458 trying to get in some last second shots here in the close zone as they're getting pushed around by 16320 as they go back towards their base zone for a park with their partner Recoil. Scores in over here on the Terra Division. It's a victory for the Blue Alliance in qualification match number 5, 262 to 115. All right, I'll go ahead and get team introduction started for qualification match number 7. On the Red Alliance, we have 6272 Iron Eagles Prime with their alliance partner 29999 Weeping Angels. On the Blue Alliance, we have 23944 Robolobos Fenrir with their alliance partners 25959 Gigabytes of Guac. All right, scorekeeper, are we ready? All right. Let's get ready for qualification match number 7 here in the Terra division in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're seeing some far zone shots from Weeping Angels here, sinking all 3 while 6272 cycles from the close zone. Robolobos Fenrir sinking 3 shots from that far zone, coming up to that middle spike mark to dump out that gate and score some more balls. All right, back on the Red Alliance, we have 6272 going for some gate cycles here, while Weeping Angels cycles a couple more balls from that far zone. 6272 coming in for 3 final shots from that close zone, sinking all 3 of them very quickly as they come back in to the end of the autonomous period.
Drivers,
All right,
pick up
we
your
got a
controllers.
very slight lead here from
3,
the
2,
Blue Alliance
1.
coming into telly up here, and we should see all 4 robots start moving to kick this period off. 6272 going quickly into their human player zone, while Robolobos Fenrir immediately dumping more shots from that far zone into their goal. Gigabytes of Guac shooting quickly from the close zone, helping out their alliance partners on the blue side. They're trying to dump that gate open, having a little bit of trouble, but they do get it. Robolobos Fenrir dumping even more balls from that far zone as Weeping Angels cycles close. Weeping Angels dumping 3 balls very quickly into that close zone. I think they got their intake stuck a little bit. Robolobos Fenrir going back into that far zone, playing some defense on 6272 there. All right, Gigabytes of Guac doing some even more close zone cycles. Scoring, I think, 1 ball real quick into that close goal. Robolobos Fenrir really just ripping out these far cycles very quickly. Well, ball flies my direction from them. 6272 trying to do some far cycles for the Red Alliance, but facing some fierce defense from Robolobos Fenrir. Robolobos Fenrir sinking all 3 of those balls under defense. Very impressive stuff from them. While Weeping Angels continues to cycle close zone. I think something's gone wrong with their intake. They're opting to play some defense on Robolobos Fenrir here. All right, Iron Eagles Prime continuing to go for those rapid cycles, both far and close, having a bit of an issue with their alliance partner, it seems. Robolobos Fenrir moving to the close zone to try to avoid that defense from the Weeping Angels as they alternate where they're cycling from to try to get some more points on the board. Unfortunately, all 3 balls missed. One of them here at my feet. I'll pass that to my resetters over here. Gigabytes of Guac just continuously sinking these closed zone cycles while their alliance partner scores far. Very common strategy, having both bots fit across the field, while Weeping Angels plays more defense in that far zone. Iron Eagles Prime trying to sink some of those balls in the close zone, while Robolobos Fenrir moves back to that close zone to try to avoid defense, but unfortunately gets pushed around quite a bit. Iron Eagles Prime sinking 2 more balls close zone with 8 seconds left in the match. Gigabytes of Guac sinking a couple balls close zone right at the end as Weeping Angels and Iron Eagles Prime seek to get that park, while Gigabytes of Guac gets a full and Robolobos Fenrir parks in that far zone. All right, now that my mic is actually a little bit louder and you guys can probably hear me a little bit better, let's get introduction started for qualification match number 8. On the Red Alliance, we have 17113 Hungamunga and 32240 the Penguinots. Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, 31666 Athletitech Robotics and 23361 Cosmobotics, both from Austin, Texas. We actually have a full Austin match here. Every single one of these teams is from Austin. All right, we got a score incoming here on the Terra Division 4. Let's see if it pulls up. Qualification match number 4. I think that's a rescore. And we've got, whoa, I should not have stepped in front of that speaker. We've got 180 to 166 in favor of the Red Alliance. Okay. They don't match. Now they do. Okay. All right, we are randomizing here for qualification match number 8. We have purple, purple, green. I know every team has a favorite pattern, so I'm hoping that somebody here's favorite pattern for this match. All right, scorekeeper, are we ready to go? All right, let's kick off qualification match number 8 in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, all 4 robots yet again moving off to a quick start. Cosmobotics and Athletic cycling close and far, while Hungamunga cycles the far zone with their partner Penguinuts cycling close. We got quite a few balls being scored over here. We got a couple balls flying out of the field as Cosmobots sinks in several shots from that close zone. Athletic continuing to cycle that far zone with the extra balls coming out of their partner's gate opens, while Hungamunga attempts to cycle far zone with their partner Penguinuts cycling close. All right, with 2 seconds left in the autonomous period, it seems the Blue Alliance ends with a
Drivers,
slight lead.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's start the teleop period here. Penguinuts quickly moving to open that gate, allowing all the artifacts to be classified. Spit out 3 balls onto the field real quick as Cosmonauts goes back from a gate open to sink 2 balls into that goal. Athletic continuing their strategy of cycling from that far zone as Hungamunga tries to come in to snatch some balls over from the Blue Alliance. Cosmonauts sinking 2 more in from the close zone as Athletic sinks in 3 from the far zone. Penguinuts coming in close to shoot 3 balls in, with Hungamunga shooting 3 behind them. Very synchronized 6. Cosmobots getting in 3 more balls in the close zone, coming around to grab yet another, sinking in what seems to be 2 more. Athletic sinking another clean 3 in from the far zone, as Penguinuts seems to seem motionless over on the red side of the field. Athletic coming over to their secret tunnel, so if they don't hit that gate to grab some balls to cycle for the far zone. Hungamunga cycling from their human player, hoping to dump more of those balls in from either the far or close zones. Athletic sinking another clean 3 far as Cosmobotics grabs more balls to come back to the close zone with. Hungamunga going back to that human player, hoping to gain some more balls to catch up to that Blue Alliance. Athletic lining up and shoots another clean 3 in as Cosmobotics comes back to the close zone and sinks 3 balls, or 2 balls rather, cleanly in. Athletic sinking another 3 far, while Hungamunga goes back to cycle that gate. Cosmobotics and Athletic really seem to have nailed down the strategy here. 1 bot, close zone, dumps the gate open to provide some balls in that human player area for the far bot, who cycles back and forth between the human player zone and that far zone. This gives a clean, synchronized scoring strategy, allowing both bots to operate at their maximum levels. Athletic sinking yet another 3 balls in from that far zone, and this score is climbing higher and higher and higher as this match goes into the end game period. Cosmobotics dumping yet another 3 balls close. They have to have shot at least like 30 balls this match. Athletic moving to the close zone to pick up the remaining balls in the match before we go to Park in the end of the game. Penguinuts up and moving again. And let's see, we got Park attempts from both alliances. This could be a high score, folks. And we've got results in the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 7 with a score of 219 to 167. All right, it seems we're ready to get started. Back over here on field 1 for qualification match number 9 on the Red Alliance. We have 6221 Pantherbots Alpha and 4707 the Midway Predators. On the Blue Alliance, we have 12670 Eclipse and 23350 Microchips and Queso. All right, I think we're already ready to get started. So check with the scorekeeper, and we are ready. Let's get qualification match number 9 started in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots off to a very quick start with Eclipse dumping in 3 balls from the close zone. 6221 using autonomous. We've seen them run several times already. Shooting a ball quite to the moon there. 12670 going for those gate cycles we've seen them go for before. Cleanly grabbing 3, coming back to the close zone to dump all 3 of them into that goal. Grabbing 2 balls off the spike line and scoring both of them in as well. I think they're going to go back for that 3rd spike line, grab 3 more balls, and come back to the close zone to dump those in as well.
Drivers,
right, the blue
pick
Alliance
up your
opens up Tully
controllers.
up with a pretty significant lead here. Let's see if the
3,
Red Alliance make
2,
that back
1.
during the gyro control period. All 4 bots start moving immediately, with blue Alliance moving to open that gate and cycle some balls from it into the close zone. Microchips and Queso opting to intake from that human player zone on the other side. I think they're going to go for some far zone shots here. Midway Predators using that double shooter and vertical spin dexer, I think that is, to shoot some balls from the close zone and hopefully get them in the motif pattern. 6-2-2-1, going from some close zone shots, opting to play some defense on Eclipse here, but Eclipse resisting that defense, hitting all 3 of those balls straight into that goal. They seem to be going back to that gate to get some more balls for that gate cycle. 6-2-2-1 really committed to this defense strategy, absolutely pushing Eclipse around the field while scoring balls of their own. Midway Predator is going back to their human player zone to grab some balls to shoot on the close zone. 6-2-2-1 enduring some of their own defense from Eclipse over here, as Microchips and Queso seems to be cycling some more balls from that far zone. Unfortunately, all 3 of them are just a bit short as Midway Predators gets scarily close to that gate over on the blue side of the field as they attempt to intake some balls to come back to the close zone. 6-2-2-1 going to dump that gate to make sure all artifacts scored are classified rather than overflow. As they go to shoot, they sink, let's see, 2 balls into that goal. Midway Predators going back to that reliable human player zone to get balls because they need to score those to keep this match going. Microchips and Queso opting for a human player-based intake. Very nice, right through the top of the shooter. That's pretty innovative. While 6-2-2-1 continues those fast close cycles that we've seen from them all match. 47-07 going back to that human player yet again to use that double shooter to score 2 more balls in the close zone and the third, which misses just short. All right, as we begin the ending in period, keep your eyes on those base zones. We see a lot of contact here and a lot of teams attempting to go for those park points. Eclipse coming in for some heavy defense on the Midway Predators, causing them to miss 1 ball, while Eclipse sinks in 2 balls, 1 ball of their own. Microchips and Queso going for that kickstand-based park. Very awesome looking. While the other Red Alliance attempts to go those pull and partial parks. All right, I believe we have our results in here for qualification match number 8 with a score of, I'm not going to spoil it, 157 to 318 points from the Blue Alliance. That is a great score. All right, and back over to field 2. We're going to do some team introductions for qualification match number 10. On the Red Alliance, we have 16320, the Screaming Comets from Tybee High School. Their alliance partners are 23668, Cyber Stampede. On the Blue Alliance, we have 23312, the Q-Bits, and their alliance partners 21346, Basis, Some Assembly Required. All right, we are randomizing over here on field 2 for qualification match number 10. All right, we have purple, purple, green. Hopefully that's somebody's favorite pattern. Scorekeeper is ready. All right, in that case, let's get this qualification match number 10 kicked off in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we've got, yet again, 4 robots in motion here on the Blue Alliance with 16320 quickly dumping 3 balls in at the same time. 23668 with that very fast spinning flywheel attempting to go for some shots from that far zone. Well, Basis, Some Assembly Required, quickly dumps balls in that close zone. Their partner 23312 going for some far cycles here. Very nicely coordinated autonomous, avoiding a collision there and quickly cycling some balls from both zones. Basis, Some Assembly Required, hitting quite the autonomous over here. And Blue Alliance ends the period up about
Drivers,
20
pick
points.
up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, as we start telling up, all 4 bots quickly in motion, seeing a quick hit from 23312. I think that's a head-down wire dangling off the back of the robot there. Let's hope we can be careful of that. Basis, some assembly required, going for some close cycles for the Blue Alliance. Yeah, they got something gone. And 23312 going for those far zone cycles, sticking 1 ball in from that zone. Basis, some assembly required, seemingly passing some balls over to the other side of the close zone, maybe so they can grab them later. 23668 opting for some defensive play on basis here, trying to slow down those cycles. I'm playing some soccer with artifacts over here. Hold on a second. All right, we got another ball from the far zone from 23312, while basis continues those quick close cycles. Not to be discounted, 16320 doing some rapid cycles with that triple shooter design. I believe their robot's name is Trixie, as they told me earlier. There we go, another quick launch from them, dropping 2 balls into that close goal. Basis going to dump that gate to make sure there are no overflow in this match. Awesome heavy defense over here from that Blue Alliance. All right, we have a gate zone violation for the Red Alliance. Rather unfortunate as Basis tries to recover from this really heavy defense from Cyber Stampede, holding them in that corner, but they're very smart to avoid that pin timer. Red Alliance really jumbling up Basis here as 16320 continues to score balls from their triple shooter into that goal. Basis coming back to try to get some more close zone shots, and they sink 2 from the very far end of the close zone under some heavy defense. 23312 coming back in for those close zone shots. I think they've been cycling far earlier, but now they're trying to get into the mix up front. All right, as we get to the end game period, we're going to see some robots attempt to park, and we can see 23668 going for that strategy. Basis going for some last second cycles here to secure maybe that artifact ranking point. All right, that concludes qualification match number 10. Got some scores in here of the previous qualification match. Let's check number 9. And that is a victory for the Blue Alliance in a very close 30-point difference. All right, I'm headed back over to field number 1. Let's do some team introductions for qualification match number 11. All right, on the Red Alliance, back again at the field, we have 30030 Exodus and their alliance partners 24133 Chai GPT. On the Blue Alliance, we have 18458 Droid Rage Zenith coming all the way from Corpus Christi, Texas, and their partners Basis, batteries not included, 180494. We got some high-ranking teams in this match as well. Exodus currently ranked number 1 in this division, and Droid Rage Zenith ranked at a close number 7. See, we have a score update. Scoring match incoming here. Check on what that is, and that is a qualification number 7 update, shifting up more points to that Blue Alliance. All right, let's randomize this match and see what pattern we get. Green, purple, purple. All right, we are all ready and randomized. Let's check the field. All right, seems we got a bit of a delay here. Just give us 1 moment. We are re-randomizing here over on field 1. I think we had some initialization issues that we are sorting out. Yet again, green, purple, purple. No change. All right, scorekeeper, are you ready for this match? All right, let's go get ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go! Wow, Chai GPT off to a very rapid start as Exodus sinks in 3 balls from that close zone. I think Exodus is going for a sorting strategy here, while 18458 sinks in 6 balls in that close zone as well. 18458 continuing that autonomous period, dumping the gate, while Exodus continues to shoot more balls from that close zone. I believe they are sorting the pattern. 18-4-5-8 going for the exact same number of balls as Exodus here, I think. All right, we have a very, very even autonomous period here. I think the difference is going to be in the
Drivers,
motif points.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
We have
1.
a very slight edge for the Red Alliance here. Only 2 points. Exodus quickly moves to open that gate, while 18-4-5-8 moves to open theirs. 18-4-5-8, Droid Rage Zenith quickly going for those human player cycles, while Exodus seems to be going all around the field, searching for some balls to intake. They shoot 3 from the far zone, sinking all 3 in a very quick manner. Another 3 far shots from Exodus, while ChatGPT does a couple shots that go just over the goal. Another 3 far shots from Exodus yet again as 18-4-5-8, Droid Rage Zenith seeking to keep the pace, sinks another 3 balls in from the close zone. They are doing their part. Exodus sinking so many far shots here. I don't think I can keep up with all of their cycles, so I'm just going to leave them be for a bit. We have a lot of contact going on in that top left corner of the field, at least from my perspective. And Droid Rage Zenith coming out with 3 balls to shoot in the close zone. Basis over here going for some more balls in that human player zone. I think they're opting to try to play some defense. Exodus shoots 1 ball in from that far zone, going back to the corner for another 1 ball. ChatGPT, meanwhile, making use of that large vector wheel intake to pull in some balls from the sides of their robot and quickly sink another 3 balls in to that close goal. I think they're going to head back to that gate in just a moment to clear it and make sure there are no balls in overflow. Droid Rage Zenith, meanwhile, doing their part to keep this match competitive, sinking all balls in over and over again in this close zone, shooting another 2 in, while Exodus misses 3 balls from that far zone. Basis driving around the middle of the field, seeing what they can figure out how to do. Opting to play some defense here on Exodus in that far zone. It seems to have been pretty effective so far. All right, as we head into that endgame period, remember, keep your eyes on those base zones. Anything can happen in the last 30 seconds. Basis going for a lift here in that far zone. We will see if they manage to pull that off. All right, we have all 4 robots parked here. Let's see what the referees assess these robots for. All right, we got some more math results in on the Terra division for qualification match. I think number 10. Yep, and that is a victory for the Blue Alliance, 174 to 124. Whoa. All right. Come back over here for qualification match number 12 on field number 2. We have on the Red Alliance, 12820, the Wagner Trilobites. And their alliance partners, 4546 Viperbots Snakebites. On the Blue Alliance, we have 31938, the Burrito Dogs, very nice name, and 16311 of Viperbots Recoil. All right, we're randomizing over here on field number 2 for qual number 12. And we get purple, purple, green as our motif pattern. A lot of purple, purple, greens on this side. All right, the field seems to be ready. The scorekeeper is ready. Let's kick off this match in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we got all 4 robots moving again. We see another number sign being lost here from Viperbots Recoil. I think that's a ball from the other division that's flown over here. All right, the Red Alliance throwing quite a few balls in from that far zone. On the Blue Alliance, we have Burrito Dogs sinking shot after shot from that far zone with their turret. Seemingly some mechanism wheels on there. Wonder what that's for. Viperbots Recoil sinking 3 more in from the close zone very quickly as they move to leave at the end of autonomous.
Drivers,
Blue Alliance
pick up
coming
your
in with the lead
controllers.
of 4 points
3,
going into the
2,
showdown period. I think a motif
1.
advantage on the Red Alliance there. All right, we got Viperbot Snakebite opting for some quick close zone cycles, shooting 3 in and landing 2. Viperbots Recoil, I think they're sister teams perhaps, coming back to the close zone, shooting 2 and missing both, unfortunately. That quick chassis, though, making quick work to pick up 3 more balls and come back. Red Alliance sinking a very coordinated 4 balls in at the same time from the close zone. Viperbots Recoil coming back using that turret to line up with the goal. Unfortunately, just missing a bit to the left. Viperbot Snakebite using that intake. I think it might have a little bit of a jam going on there. Burrito Dogs passing some balls back around the field. I think they're trying to resituate what they've got going on inside their robot. While Viperbot's recoil comes back to their human player for a couple more balls. Let's see if they can sink them in from the close zone. Unfortunately, just short. On the opposing alliance, we have the Wagner Trilobites coming right back into that close zone. This ain't 3 more balls, and this is a very close match, folks. We got a 13-point difference. We got a minute left. Anything can happen. All right, we got the Burrito Dogs picking up a couple more balls here, coming back to the close zone. Let's see if they can score those artifacts right into that goal. I think they've got some dog ears on top of that turret. That is pretty cool. Wagner Trilobites coming right back up to the front of the field, along with the partner Snakebite, to score 4 balls into their goal, pulling away a little bit in the tele-up period here. Viperbot's recoil going back to that human player for those reliable ball intakes. Coming back to the close zone. Let's see if they can get 2 off. They unfortunately missed, just a bit left. Wagner Trilobites, again, using that very consistent 2-wheeled shooter there to get multiple balls into that close zone goal. They may not have a turret, but they're lining up and getting those every single time. Viperbot's recoil taking a couple hits from the Red Alliance here as Viperbot's Snakebite situates themselves here in the endgame period. Oh, some contact over in that base zone area. Let's see if we can get these teams to get some parks off. Blue Alliance being situated. Red Alliance opting for a last-second artifact score. All right, I think we got some scores coming in here over on the Terra Division for qualification match 11, and let's see that result. Red Alliance victory of 216 to 135. Testing, testing. All right, it seems we have a score update for qualification match number 12, 180 to 84 in favor of the Red Alliance. We have what seems to be another score update for qualification match number 7. That seems to be updating a score rather than changing a new one, and that moves it to 239 in favor of the, excuse me, Blue Alliance. All right, let me get off some team introductions for qualification match number 13. On the Red Alliance, we have 4707, the Midway Predators, and their robot Apex. Their partners are 16320, the Screaming Comets, and their robot Trixie. On the Blue Alliance, we have 31666, Athletech Robotics. Their robot doesn't have a name, so I'm naming it the Athlebot for them. And then we have 6272, the Iron Eagles Prime, and their robot Snoopy. All right, we are getting ready for this match on field number 1, qualification number 13. Refs are just checking with the teams to make sure they're ready. And all right, I believe we are good to go. Let's check the scorekeeper. Scorekeeper needs just a second here. Good. All right, scorekeeper is ready. Let's go ahead and get this match on field 1 started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got 4 robots off to a quick start with 5 artifacts hammered into that blue goal. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is sucking some balls in from that far zone. Midway Predators, along with their partner, what was that name? Screaming Comets, sucking 3 balls in at a time with that amazing triple shooter design. 6272 repping out those gate cycles, while their partner cycles some shots from the far zone. Iron Eagles Prime barely getting one of those balls in, accidentally shooting one out of the field. And they make 2 more into the close zone at the end of the autonomous,
Drivers.
putting them in a lead going into the teleoperated period.
2, 1.
All right, I think in this match, we're going to see a bit of that close and far zone combined strategy that I was talking about earlier during some of these matches, where perhaps Athletech cycles some far shots, Iron Eagles cycle some close shots, and Midway and the Screaming Comets probably have a similar strategy. Screaming Comets using that triple shooter to just really quickly launch 3 of those balls in at the same time into that red goal. Really makes their cycle super quick. Their intake is super nice as well. They're getting tons of shots in there. Midway Predators shooting over their partners to land tons of balls in that red goal. Athletech having a hard collision with the Screaming Comets over here, going for some far zone cycles, lining up with that limelight camera they have on the front of their robot. Midway Predators back in that close zone using that double shooter to shoot from a bit of a distance. Meanwhile, Screaming Comets continuously going for those secret tunnel grabs and human player zone balls. Having a little bit of an interaction with Athletech here while they're pushing them out of the far zone. Some heavy defense we're seeing. Meanwhile, Iron Eagles Prime undisturbed on the other side, going for these clean close zone shots. Iron Eagles putting in some hard work over here. Shot after shot from them going into that goal. Moving to clear that gate to make sure no balls are counted as overflow. Meanwhile, Screaming Comets using that triple shooter and that heavy robot to do some pushing. Midway Predators continuing using that double shooter to launch some balls into that zone, while Screaming Comets goes over to that secret tunnel to grab some more balls and line up for another shot. I think they had an extra ball there. Midway Predators continuing to shoot. Athletech coming close. There's some more balls up here, so I think it'll be a bit easier for them to get some intakes. Oh, I believe that's a bot part hanging off of their robot. That does not look great. Hopefully they can get that sorted out by the time the match ends. Oh, man, and that's completely off of there. All right, all robots have come to a rest at the end of this match, going for those parks. All right, on the other side of the field, we're getting ready for qualification match 14 on field number 2. On the Red Alliance, we have team 6221 Pantherbots Alpha, and their alliance partners 23312 Qubits. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 299999 Weeping Angels and 330 Exodus. All right, we're already ready to go. All right, scorekeeper, are we ready to go? Field is ready. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got 2 robots moving here in the autonomous period. Exodus moving very quickly to inhale some of those balls off of the field. They pick up those spikes the long way. That's pretty crazy. 2-3-3-1-2 shooting some balls from that close zone while the partner 16-2-2-1 goes for those leave points in the far zone. That's important for those ranking points, which these teams care greatly about to influence their qualification rankings. Exodus coming back to that close zone. I believe they are sorting these artifacts, and they get a leave at the end in order to, again, go for those ranking points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right,
3,
Blue starts barely
2,
up and going into the teleop period with a lead of about 4 points. Weeping Angels backs out of that far zone and begins to come close while Exodus goes to quickly pick up 3 balls and shoot them from that far zone, all 3 landing in. Absolutely beautiful. 2-3-3-1-2, not to be outdone, goes and quickly shoots 3 balls into that red goal from the close zone, while their partner, 6-2-2-1, goes around the middle of the field searching for some balls to intake. Weeping Angels tosses several balls into the field, grabbing from that gate while they clear it so their partner, Exodus, has bars to grab from the far zone. Exodus really repping out those far zone cycles, by the way, shooting 2 into that goal very quickly and going back to their human player for an extra ball. 6-2-2-1, going back to that close zone with 3 balls, going for a shot there. Meanwhile, 2-3-3-1-2, coming back to that close zone, aiming to get, I think that's 2 balls into that red goal. Weeping Angels continuing those quick close zone shots, using that turret they have with that very neat cable chain in order to align with that goal automatically. They sink another 2 balls in there while their partner Exodus comes in for another 2 far zone shots. I believe the Blue Alliance has already reached the ranking point threshold for balls scored. Meanwhile, there's some heavy contacts going on that blue human player zone. 2-3-3-2-1 opting to try to play some defense on Exodus there, but they come back to the close zone after that hard battle to shoot 3 more balls into that red goal. Weeping Angels shooting 3 balls, hitting 1. Exodus shooting 3 from that far zone, hitting several. Weeping Angels moving to clear that gate. Exodus scoring 1. Weeping Angels also scoring 1. Red Alliance shooting some from the far zone. Absolutely, shooting them in from a great distance. Weeping Angels and Exodus both opting to come close here, both scoring 2 balls on that shot. As we move into the endgame period, remember to watch those base zones where teams will be going for parking points and also perhaps farming some penalties. Weeping Angels quickly shoots 2 balls off as Exodus goes back to their parking zone to try to get a park off at the end with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we got some scores for that last match on field number 1. And that is a Blue Alliance victory of 248-151. What an impressive match. Some strong team spirit in the other division. Can we get some team spirit over here, guys? All right, as we move into qualification match number 15, I'll do some team introductions. Returning to the field for the first time after lunch is 32240 Penguinauts. And their alliance partners, 12670 Eclipse. On the Blue Alliance, we have 31938 the Burrito Dogs. And their alliance partners, 25959. Sorry, oh my gosh. The gigabytes of guac. That number trips me up every time. We got some discussion going on the field here. Just give us 1 moment to get this sorted out. All right, referees are checking that this match is ready to go over here on field number 1. We are randomizing. We have a purple-green pattern. All right, let's check to make sure everybody's ready to go here. Field is ready. Scoring is ready. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Eclipse and Burrito Dogs moving very quickly to score several points, while 3-2-2-4-0 sinking in some far zone shots here. Very clean from Eclipse and them as well. That's not my microphone, thankfully. Eclipse going back again for these close zone cycles, opting to gate cycle and use these spike marks to score several balls in the autonomous period. Meanwhile, the Burrito Dogs getting some high ball volumes over here on the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right, these
3,
teams are pretty
2,
evenly matched coming out of auto. We got about a 1-point difference, 2-point difference coming out of this. Let's see what can happen in Teleop. Eclipse coming back with that very solid aluminum robot to sink in 3 close shots, while their partners cycle 3 balls out of their robot. Meanwhile, the Burrito Dogs sinking 3 clean far shots from that zone over here. Now they come back to the close zone to score their next 3. Eclipse and Penguinauts both opting to cycle close here, getting some very high volume of balls. Whoa, a very solid equation there between Eclipse and Gigabytes of Guac in the middle of the field. Heavy defensive play going on here in the Terra division. Meanwhile, Penguinauts opting to continue cycling that gate, while Eclipse shoots 3 balls over them. I think we got some human player stealing action going on over here as the human player opts to steal some balls out of that zone. Meanwhile, we've got seemingly a ball stuck here on the side of Burrito Dogs. That is really unfortunate. I hope they can get that out. Eclipse misses 2 balls over here on the red goal, while Burrito Dogs continues to shoot 2 balls over here since they've got that one stuck on there. Meanwhile, Gigabytes of Guac continues to go for some pickups over here in the close zone and attempts to score quickly for their Blue Alliance. Oh, they seem to be last a bit onto Eclipse there. I think there's a wire sticking out of their robot. They should tie that down a little bit. Eclipse over here going back to the opposing human player zone to farm up some balls, using again that heavy aluminum robot to get some close zone shots in. Burrito Dogs continuing their fast-paced close cycles. They can only shoot 2 balls, but they're still putting in quite the hefty effort. Meanwhile, Penguinauts coming back to that close zone along with their partner Eclipse, sinking in another clean 6 balls. All right, now that it's endgame, remember, keep your eyes on those base zones. Anything can happen here. Lots of penalties to be had, lots of points to be earned as the teams go for these parks at the end of the game. Seems Burrito Dogs has gone for that full park, and their partner Gigabytes of Guac has stuck their wheel into the zone for the partial. All right, we should be getting scores for qualification match 14 any moment here. Well, I think our AV has gone down, so let's take a minute for that to get back up. In the meantime, I'll get my introductions off for qualification match 16 over here on field 2 of the Terra division. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24133 Chai GPT Robotics and their alliance partners 17113 Hunga Munga. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4556 Firerobots Snakebite, or 4546 rather, sorry, I misread that number. And their alliance partners, can I see the number please? 23944 Robolobos Fernier. And those scores are in for qualification match 14. We can see 277 to 155 point victory for the Blue Alliance. That was quite a strong match. Quite a few penalties there as well. All right, referees and our FTAs are just verifying that everything on this field is good and ready to go. All right, let's get that scorekeeper to randomize this field real quick, see what our pattern is. We have purple, green, purple. That's the first time I've seen this one today, I believe. All right. Is the field ready to go? I believe so. Is our scorekeeper ready to go? All right, let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Hunga Munga off to some far shots here while ChatGPT hammers some in from the close zone. Robolobos Fernier going for those far zone cycles while their partner, Viperbots, moves off the line and shoots a quick 3 preloads. Robin Fernier dumps that gate to make sure that none of the balls they score in this autonomous period are counted as overflow, as they use that vertical spin mixer in the back to sort some balls. ChatGPT and Hungamunga seem to have a collision in auto, which is rather unfortunate, but they still get quite the high score nonetheless. ChatGPT hammers in a quick 2, while Robolobos Fernier shoots their last 2 balls and leaves that
Drivers,
zone.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, back and telly up. All 4 robots are in motion, thankfully. Hungamunga comes right back to that close zone, ready to hammer in 3 balls. They score 2. Viperbots comes back, scores 3, while ChatGPT cycles that gate. Viperbots opts to dump the gate, again preventing those overflow balls, while Fernier hammers in. They're very consistent, as we've seen all day today. Those far shots from them, very nice, very clean. Meanwhile, Hungamunga continuing their rapid close cycling that they've been known for today as well, going to that human player zone to grab 3 balls. All right, they line up and they score 2 balls this time. Viperbots going close to back up to that gate to not only get some balls, but also dump that gate out. While ChatGPT seems to be a bit motionless on the other side of the field. Something may be wrong with the robot. Let's see if we can get an FCA over there. All right, in the meantime, Robolobos Fernier just relentless with these far zone cycles. Absolutely not to be deterred. Continuously shooting these balls over and over again. Viperbots also continuing this pace of shots, while Hungamunga seems to also be having some issues over here on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance again, giving some very good communication skills here, opting to dump the gate to prevent overflow balls, while Fernier goes to shoot their next 3 far shots. Robolobos comes back up to shoot another 2, while Fernier hammers in yet another 3 far. Red Alliance seems to be completely motionless on both robots. That is very unfortunate. Let's watch this Blue Alliance play. Yeah. All right, Robolobos Fernier has opted to move close during the endgame period, probably going to intake some of these balls, and they're probably trying to sort them, if I had to guess. They want that sort RP. Meanwhile, Viperbots over here opting to shoot some balls into that zone and go to a park. Robolobos seems to be having some issues. They're chucking some balls across the field. Not quite sure what's going on there. And as the match ends, all 4 robots are still. And we got some results back for that qualification match. 15 over on field 1, 241 to 133 for the Red Alliance. All right, good to see you guys. Field 1, I am back. And let's do some team introductions for qualification match number 17. On the Red Alliance, we have 23361 Cosmobotics and their robot, Rico. Their alliance partners are 21346, base sum assembly required, and unfortunately I've forgotten the name of their robot. I apologize for that. On the Blue Alliance, we have 23350 Microchips and Queso, and their robot, Cypher 2. On team 16311, Viperbots Recoil is their alliance partner as well. All right, we are randomizing this field to green, purple, purple pattern. All right, referees are ready. Scorekeeper is not ready. Give us, oh, now he's ready. All right, let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got all 4 robots in very quick motion here. Cosmobotics sinking 1 ball in that close zone. Base is seeming to go for the lead points far, while Cosmobots continues to do those close zone scores. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, Microchips and Queso seeming to opt for those far zone shots, while Viperbots Recoil sinks some balls in from that close zone and repeatedly dumps that gate. Very well suited for a far partner, I think. Cosmobotics opts to shoot again, scoring 2 from that close zone. Meanwhile, Basis remains still for those lead points. Cosmobotics coming back with their last 3. Can they get them off in time? They cannot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right, that Blue Alliance ends that autonomous
3,
period up
2,
super high with an
1.
I mean, that looks to be an over. Okay, I think they misscored it a little bit there. It looks to be what is a 4-point deficit. I think we had some misscoring happen there for just a moment, so I apologize for that. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance with Basis, some assembly required, and Rico from the Cosmobotics team really repping in some fast close cycles here. These teams have opted for what seems to be a straight pass-through design. They may not have a turret, but what that allows them to do is feed 3 balls straight through that shooter real quick, straight into the goal. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, we have Recoil with a similar design, opting to cycle close. And Microchips and Queso with what seems to be a Spindexer adjacent design, using kickers to launch balls out into their shooter from a center well. Microchips and Queso can be seen over here shooting far zone for the Blue Alliance, really taking advantage of those 2 intakes. And on top of that, their human player intake. Cosmotics, meanwhile, going back to that human player zone on the other side of the field, opting to grab the balls from there and shoot into the close goal. Basis some assembly required, going to dump that gate, make sure there's no overflow. Lots of shots flying towards that blue goal. Not sure how many made it in there. Meanwhile, 3 more shots in on the red goal for Cosmobotics. While basis some assembly required goes for a crazy 3-pointer from that far zone. Cosmobotics sinking yet another 3, going back to that human player zone over and over again because they know they can find those reliable intakes there, penalty free. All right, they drive away from that gate. They got a couple balls in possession here. Score 1 of them. Recoil really hammering some balls in. This is a really close match, folks. We got about a 20-point difference here going in to the last 30 of this match as Cosmobotics hammers in yet another set of balls from the close zone, turning around and using that pass-through design to quickly hammer 3 in. Meanwhile, Microchips and Queso continuing to go for those far cycles while Viperbot's Recoil shoots quickly close, shooting one over towards me and the rest of the staff team over here. Viperbot's Recoil going back. Hopefully, if they've lined up this time, they can't quite get the shots in. As we head towards the last 5 seconds of this match, we can see the robots try to go for a park as Basis and Cosmobotics go for a full and partial in that red box, and Microchips and Queso uses that kickstand to secure a full park over there. Alrighty, hopefully we got some results in for qualification match number 16 in a moment here. Meanwhile, I will introduce the teams for qualification match. Oh, no, we got results in actually immediately. That was great. And we've got a Blue Alliance victory for qualification match number 16, 258-94. Very strong win there from the Blue Alliance. Great teamwork. All right, over here on field number 2, we got some introductions in for the teams competing in qualification match number 18. On the Red Alliance, we have team 18094, basis batteries not included. And their alliance partners, 12820, the Wagner Trilobites. All right. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 18458, Droid Rage Zenith. And their alliance partners, team number 23668, Cyber Stampede. All right, we're prepping for qualification match 18 here. FTA is making sure everything on this field is good and ready to go. Passing it off to the referees, who are going to check with everybody that everybody is initialized and ready for the match. All right, our scorekeeper has been sent to randomize, and we get the green, purple, purple pattern. All right, let's verify that everything is ready to go. Field is ready. Scorekeeper is ready. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Red Alliance quickly sinking in 2 far shots. 18458 moves to shoot 3 from the close zone. Their alliance partner in the far zone trying to shoot a couple balls in, and they make 1 of them. Let's see if they can make that 3rd, and they do not, unfortunately. 18458 dumps that gate, coming back to shoot another 3, but 12820 quickly scores 3 with that similar pass-through design of theirs. 18458 comes back to the close zone for 3 more shots before they leave that zone in Auton and stop. All right, Blue Alliance off to a pretty
Pick up your
strong lead here.
controllers.
Let's see if Red Alliance can make it back up in
3,
Teliac.
2, 1.
All right, every single robot on the field is moving now. That is great to see. 18458 quickly moving to pick up some balls with that rubber band intake. Pretty slick. Meanwhile, their partners, the Cyber Stampede, making use of that thin robot, and similar pass-through design to quickly hammer 3 into the goal. Meanwhile, 12820 quickly picking up 3 balls over on their human player side of the field. And coming back over to the close zone and using that 2-wheeled shooter design of theirs to quickly hammer 3 balls into that goal. Meanwhile, Droid Rage Zenith over here up close, shooting ball after ball after ball, as we've seen them do in all of their qualification matches today, putting in a really great effort over here. Meanwhile, 12820 opening that gate. They've got quite the pile of balls over there in that corner. Basis batteries not included, quickly shooting 2 balls into that red goal from the close zone. They've got quite the robot over there. I think they've got a lift on there as well, so pay attention to the end game to see if they'll go and climb. They're taking advantage of their 2 intake system. They have a human player intake that allows them to funnel balls in from the top and then go back over and shoot, while also having a floor intake that allows them to pick up from the ground. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, Wagner Trilobites, continuing their continuous close cycles rapidly into that goal. 18458 really repping them out over here, getting ball after ball after ball into this blue goal, keeping their shot consistency all the way there. All right, as we get into the end game for match number 18, watch these base zones. See if we get a lift over here from basis batteries not included. I think they're using that mechanism over there to climb up. And quite the height over here. I think they're going to use that to get an easier partial park for their partner. What a smart design. 18458 and their partner Cyber Stampede having a bit of a hard time figuring out what's going on in that parking zone as the match concludes. All right, let me quickly do introductions over here for qualification match number 19. This is going to be quite the match. We have rank 1 team Exodus with rank team Robolobos Fenrir. This is going to be a really strong match over here from the Red Alliance. Their competition on the Blue Alliance is 16320, the Screaming Comments, not to be discounted with that awesome triple shooter design that they've got going on. And their partners, rank number 3, Eclipse number 12670. We got a purple green motif over here, and let's see what these alliances can do. All right, I believe the field is ready. Let's check with our scorekeeper. Is the scorekeeper good to go? Scorekeeper is absolutely good to go. All right, let's get this match off to a rip in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, on the Red Alliance, we got Exodus hammering in 3 close shots that we've seen them to do, while Robolobos Fenrir opts for a leave auto, quickly leaving the far zone to maximize those ranking points. Exodus using that sorter that they have to quickly decide which balls to shoot in what order to make sure they get that sort ranking point. Meanwhile, Eclipse using that pass-through design to shoot a high volume of balls very quickly on the Blue Alliance. And both alliances seem fairly evenly matched right now. Exodus leaves, and I believe that classifier is fully sorted on the Red Alliance, all 9 balls. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance opting for a more volume-oriented approach, scoring 12 balls,
3,
only down
2,
5 points, going
1.
less than 5 points into Teliop. And Eclipse quickly moves to get this gate cycle. Let's see what Exodus and Robolobos Fenrir can do. Exodus quickly hammering in 2 far cycles. They go back, hammer in 3. Head back to that human player zone, hammer in another 3. Meanwhile, Eclipse absolutely putting up a fight on the other side. Quickly scoring 3 balls and moving back to the gate to pick up another 3. Their partners Screaming Comments using that triple shooter design to hammer 3 time and time again. While Exodus launches another 3 from the far zone. Guys, this is crazy. Robolobos Fenrir trying to play some close zone, but unfortunately missing a couple shots there. Meanwhile, Eclipse continuously cycling that close zone gate. Absolutely keeping pace with that Red Alliance, doing their part. Meanwhile, the Screaming Comments launch 3 balls out of that triple shooter. 2 of them go in. Exodus hammers in. I mean, this is just crazy, folks. Another 3 balls from that far zone. I couldn't even get my next piece of commentary out before they had another 3 in there. Robolobos Fenrir, I don't know what's going on. I think they got something jammed in their intake, maybe. While the Screaming Comments and Eclipse absolutely continue to hammer balls into that goal. Robolobos Fenrir ejecting some balls from that robot. I don't know how many balls I got in there right now. Eclipse hammers in another 3, while Exodus goes back to that human player zone to pick up 3 more balls and hammer them into the bar again. Blue Alliance really making up that difference from Autonomous closing in. They got a 30-point gap heading into endgame, or heading into the last 30 seconds of this match. Eclipse going for another gate intake and coming back. We got 160 to 195. But that gap is closing second by second here. All right, as we head into endgame, remember to keep your eyes on those base zones. Lots of penalties, lots of things happening around there. That Red Alliance and Blue Alliance are going to have to watch themselves when they go onto that other side of the field. Let's see if these alliances go for parking points. All right, the Blue Alliance opts to go straight in for a full park and a partial park if they can, while Exodus and Robo Lobos are kind of trying to figure out what's going on over here on their side. All right, we got some results in for the previous qualification match over on field number 2, qualification 18. We have a win for the Blue Alliance by 5 points. That one was decided off penalties, very close. All right, let's get ready for qualification match number 20. These quals are really flying by here. We're already pretty close to the end of the day. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4707, the Midway Predators, and their robot Apex. Their alliance partners on the Red Alliance are Team 23312, the Qubits. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 24133, Chai GPT Robotics. And their alliance partners, Team 23361, Cosmobotics, and their robot Rico. They remind me of this every time. All right, over here on field number 2, we're randomizing to a green, purple, purple pattern. All right, let's make sure everybody's ready to go before this match gets started. Red and blue alliances are ready. Field is ready. Scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots off to a quick start. Good to see Cosmobotics knocking in 3 with, again, that really consistent passer design of theirs, while Chai GPT opts for a leave auto in that far zone. Cosmobotics just barely missing that gate open, while 23312 and Midway Predators on the other alliance quickly hammering some balls from both the close and far zone. Very nice autonomous coordination from the Red Alliance. Got to give them credit for that. Quite a bit of overflow over there, though. Meanwhile, Cosmobotics going for another pickup and trying to score one last ball before autonomous
Drivers,
ends.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, kicking off the teleoff period. The Red Alliance has around a 21-point lead. Pretty hefty. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can make that all up. Midway Predators going for some penalty farming over there in that red zone. The Blue Alliance, Cosmobotic, coming over here trying to shoot three. They sink in two, while ChatGPT comes back to sink in another two balls from that close zone. ChatGPT moving over to clear that gate, while the Red Alliance continues their strategy of double close zone cycling. I think we have two double shooters on this Red Alliance. Two bots, two flywheels each. We got 4 flywheels on the Red Alliance. That's pretty crazy. Meanwhile, ChatGPT and we got Cosmobotics over here as well, continuing their double close zone strategy as well. I think we have 4 bots cycling close zone in this competition here today. Cosmobotics picking up 2 balls quickly, turning around to score them into that blue goal. This is a very close match, folks. Oh, they seem to be a bit hooked up on each other, but it seems they've gotten free. That is great to see. Cosmobotics continuing to clear that gate over and over again. Some defense between the Blue and Red Alliance here at the tip of this middle launch zone. Meanwhile, Midway Predators coming back to continue using that double shooter to score ball after ball into the goal close. ChatGPT going back to that opposing human player zone to grab 3 easy balls. I see some screws flying around the field. Not sure where that's coming from. See quite a few, actually. Hopefully they can get that resolved, and they're all still in good shape. Thankfully, all the bots are still going, still scoring. There's just lots of contact on these high-level matches in the Central Texas Championship. Cosmobots trying to figure out what they want to do. I think, we got a huge collision over there in the red base zone. Not exactly sure what was going on there. Meanwhile, Cosmobotics coming back to hit Midway Predators and see if they can sink 3 more in under that defense. We're going to see everybody go for these parks. Can we get everybody into a park zone? Controllers down. Very, very intense match there. All right, I think we got 3 teams on the field here. Let's figure out where Team 4 is at. Get them on the field right away. I'll go ahead and do introductions for qualification match number 21 if my tablet wants to flip the other way. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have team 23350, Microchips and Queso. Their alliance partners are 17113 Hungamunga. I love that name, guys. That's so good. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 31938, the Burrito Dogs. And their alliance partner, team 18458, Droid Rage Zenith. All right, we're just waiting a moment for everybody to get situated over here on field number 1. I think we got a bot initializing, getting ready and set up. And I did miss those results for qualification number 19. I apologize for not announcing that. We had a 269-point victory for the Red Alliance to 224 points on the Blue Alliance. All right, we are getting this field set up and ready to go for qualification match number 21. We are randomizing this field. Green, purple, purple. All right. Field is ready to go. Scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got all bots off to a moving start here. Hungamunga and Microchips and Queso score. I believe that is 5 balls for the Red Alliance. They continue to score. Hungamunga scoring close. Microchips and Queso scoring far. Meanwhile, the Burrito Dogs on the Blue Alliance and their partners, Rotary and Genius, have a little bit of a hang-up in auto. Red Alliance continuing to score those balls, and they've got, I think that is 11 balls, 12 balls scored at the end of that
pick up your
autonomous
controllers.
period.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we got a 4-point difference going into Teleyop. Quite the close match. Microchips and Queso quickly hammers 3 balls into that far zone. Very consistent shooting and intaking from them all day. Hungamunga hammers 3 in from the close zone. We've seen them do amazing things in that close zone using that small robot, quick and nimble with their pass-through design. Meanwhile, the Burrito Dogs moving both close and far, able to shoot from anywhere on the field pretty comfortably, I think, while Droid Ray Zenith handles gate opens and close zone scoring. Microchips and Queso continuing to take advantage of that 2 intake system they've got, and again, that human player intake coming in handy. I think that helps a lot with their game strategy. They can keep balls in that human player and not let them get stolen by that opposing alliance. Hungamunga continuing to go close over on red, grabbing from that secret tunnel using those vector wheels on their intake. 18-4-5-8 going back into that human player zone, coming back to close, getting ready to launch 3 into that blue goal. Amazing. Microchips and Queso continuing to hit these far zone shots, again leveraging their multiple intake system to get great coverage of the field. That limelight camera is letting them align to that tag, doing a great job. Hungamunga, meanwhile, ripping out those close zone cycles, absolutely doing their part for this alliance. 18-4-5-8, shooting close, continuously cycling that gate, making sure there's no overflow and that them and their alliance partners are getting full credit for every ball that they shoot. Hungamunga coming back again to shoot close again. Microchips and Queso continuing their far zone scoring up. I think we had a couple balls plink out. Maybe that flywheel needed to spin up just a little bit more. 18-4-5-8 going back to that blue classifier to dump the gate. 20 seconds left. Whoa, we got some heavy contact. Lots of yelling on the field around that base zone on red. I think we had a pretty hefty collision there between 2 alliances. Blue Alliance and Red Alliance have both opted to line up to park, trying to maximize that ranking points. All right, guys, we got qualification match number 20 results, and the Red Alliance gets that win with 193 to 177. Very, very close match. And as you can see, that's a pretty big foul tally there. We have 5 fouls for the Blue Alliance and 45 fouls given to the Red Alliance. That match was decided by those fouls. Before qualification match number 22, we got our wonderful FTAs helping the team get back up and running before their match, doing a great job. I'll go ahead and get team introductions started for qual number 22. On the Red Alliance, we have teams ranked number 5 and 6 respectively, with Basis, Some Assembly Required, and Iron Eagles Prime on that alliance. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance features the Wagner Trilobites with their clean pass-through design with 2 flywheels, and the Penguinauts. All right, we are ready over here for qualification match number 22. Are we randomized? No. All right, again, our FTAs over here are doing great work to help our teams out and make sure they are ready to go for all of their qualification matches. Please make sure to thank your FTAs before you leave today. Just a reminder, please keep your safety glasses on, folks. All right, I think after some great work from our FTAs that the Blue Alliance is up and going now for this match. All right, they are on and good to go. That is great to see. Referees and FTAs confirming that everything on this field is ready to go prior to the start of this match, and our scorekeeper is randomizing our pattern. Purple, green, purple. All right, we got all of our referees back on the field. Our scorekeeper is ready. All right, let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got 4 robots in motion. That is, again, good to see. Base assembly required, and Iron Eagles Prime both scoring all 3 of their preloaded balls. Meanwhile, Penguin on the other side continuing their autonomous, going for a gate cycle, grabbing 3 balls and scoring them from the close zone. Basis yet again going for these close cycles, while Iron Eagles Prime gets fed from that gate stream. Basis going for yet another intake. A bit of a collision with their partner, but I think they'll both be all right. Whoa! Iron Eagles Prime hammering 3 very high-speed far shots, while Basis gets that lead.
Pick up your controllers.
Very strong. Is that an 18 ball autonomous from the Red Alliance? Yes,
1.
it is. They are up pretty significantly going into this teleop period. Let's see what Blue can do about it. The Wagner Trilobites quickly moving to pick up some balls and move them into the close zone. Meanwhile, Iron Eagles Prime going back into that corner to reset their turret, make sure they're where they need to be for their scoring. All right, Wagner Trilobites quickly picking up balls over from that secret tunnel area, perhaps a bit in the way of a couple teams on the other side. Base assembly required, comes right back over to that close zone, hammers 3 in, and goes back to that gate, which they get a little bit hung up on, but that's all right. 62-72, Iron Eagles Prime quickly repping out those far shots. Very consistent, very fast. Let's see them go for that again. I say that and they miss 3. I apologize. All right. Basic some assembly required. Looping around this close zone, looking for something to pick up and shoot. Whoa, pretty serious collision there with Wagner Trilobites, but they're okay. They come right back, and they shoot 2 of those balls while moving. That was pretty impressive. All right, 62-72, continuing those far zone shots. Not sure how many they're making in, but they're shooting them fast for sure. Let's see them line up with that limelight camera. Quickly shoot 3 and shoot 4 and hit none. Basic some assembly required, continuing those high-speed close cycles that we see for them in every match. That pass through, whoa! Quite a collision between the 2 Red Alliance robots. I think there's some polycarbonate dangling off the side of this red robot here, and a number sign sitting in that human player zone. As we get back to endgame, remember, watch those base zones. Those base zones are points of chaos on the field. Lots of penalties to be had. Lots of people trying to get there at the same time. Right at the end of the match, everybody's going to be in a hurry. Couple more collisions between these 2 Red Alliance partner bots. 62-72 trying to line up for these close zone scores in the last couple seconds of the match as they move to go back to that human player zone for 3 more very last second cycles, of which they hit all 3 and make it back for that partial park. Really great high-speed driving from them. All right, back over here on field 1 for qualification match number 23. Let's do some more introductions. We got team 25959, the Gigabytes of Guac on the Red Alliance, along with their partners 16311, Viperbots Recoil. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23668, Cyber Stampede, and their partners team 6221, the Pantherbots Alpha. All right, I think we're all ready to go. Scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! Viperbots Recoil quickly hammering 2 balls in, while the Pantherbots Alpha score 3 of their own as well. Whoa, those were crazy. That was all over the place. Viperbots Recoil quickly coming back to dump that gate, making sure there are no balls overflowing in the autonomous period. Quick hang up on the Red Alliance between those 2 Alliance robots, but Viperbots Recoil comes out okay and scores 2 of the balls that they picked up. 6-2-2-1 coming back to that close zone at the end of the autonomous period. I think they cut it off because they might have been out of time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, at the beginning of the teleop period, team 23668 Cyber Stampede is going for some balls that were untouched in that human player corner in auto. They come back to their blue goal, attempt to score the 3 of them. Let's see what they can do. They missed a couple balls, but that's all right. They'll come right back with 3 and be able to score those. Viperbots Recoil using that. Man, that robot is tiny and nimble. They can get all around the field where they need to, and they can score those balls real quick from that close zone. We got yet another part in the middle of the field. Not sure where that came from, but it looks like a solid black slab. Viperbots Recoil coming back to their human player zone to grab 3 easy and safe balls. They're doing some heavy defense from the Cyber Stampede, though, so we'll see what happens with that. Meanwhile, Gigabytes of Guac trying to score 1 in the close zone, not quite getting there yet. Recoil trying to wait for that turret to line up as they score 1 ball, but are hit by the Pantherbots Alpha. Speaking of Pantherbots Alpha, they've been keeping a pretty good defensive game going on here. They're trying to disturb the opposing alliance to make sure that they're not scoring while themselves are. Viperbots Recoil, you can hear their drive coach communicating. They've got it really down here. They know where they're going, and it's that human player zone. They know they can get 3 balls there every single time, and they're going to do it. Meanwhile, Pantherbots Alpha coming back for another clean gate cycle using that, I think, silicone-driven intake. All right, we got 1 ball in from the Pantherbots Alpha. They're going back to that corner to get another 2 balls, 3 balls. Let's see if they come back to close and how many of those they can get in there. Gigabytes of Guac, some crazy far shots, trying to make those into that goal while their partner cycles close. This match really is close. Viperbots Recoil is putting in a really hefty effort here. Gigabytes of Guac not to be outdone, throwing in some meteor strike type far shots. As the match comes to a close, all teams attempt to go for a full and partial park. And I apologize, I yet again missed a qualification match result for qualification number 22. That was a Red Alliance victory in favor of 235 to 209. Alrighty, back on field number 2. We got qualification match number 24 going on. And let's see what we've got on these alliances. Alrighty, on the Red Alliance, we have team 18094, basis batteries not included. Their alliance partner is 31666, Athletech Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 29999, the Weeping Angels, and team 4546, Viperbot Snakebite. All right, just give us a moment for all teams to get set up on the field before we get going in qualification match number 24. Couple things to pay attention to in this match. We've got 3 teams ranked within the top 10 in this match. We've got Athletech Robotics, currently ranked number 3. Weeping Angels, currently ranked number 7. And Viperbot Snakebite, currently ranked number 9. Just give us a moment. We got a team in the question box. All right. Let's randomize this field. Randomizing. We need like a sound effect for randomization, I feel like. Purple, purple, green is the motif for this match. Let's check that the field is ready. Field is ready to go. Scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's get this off in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, all alliances off to a quick start. Weeping Angel shoots 1 ball into that goal, while Athletech also shoots 1 ball into that goal. Viperbot Snakebite quickening up 3 balls in a line from the side. Pretty impressive intake over there from them. Hammering 3 of those balls into the goal from the far zone. Weeping Angel scores a quick 2 and returns to the gate for another cycle, picking up 3 balls and coming back to the close zone to deliver them. They get 2 of them. They go back yet again to grab another spike mark and score a quick 3 into the close zone.
Drivers,
All
pick
right,
up
the
your
Blue
controllers.
Alliance is up by a pretty big
3,
margin here.
2,
But we've seen
1.
Athletech pull some pretty crazy tele-out performance, so absolutely don't discount them and their partners' basis on the Red Alliance. All right, Weeping Angels using their patented close zone strategy, going back and forth between that human player zone and the gate. While their partners, Viperbot Snakebite, put down some truly impressive far zone shots. We got balls flying into this Blue Alliance goal, while Weeping Angels continuously cycles that gate, keeping it empty to prevent overflow and supplying a constant flow of balls for intaking. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, absolutely not to be outdone, shows Athletech quickly scoring balls into the goal from the close zone, while batteries not included does the same. Athletech goes back to the human player zone. I think they intend to start doing some far zone cycles now, but no, they are pushed by Snakebite. Athletech opting to score those balls quick in the close zone. Instead, Weeping Angels doing the same for the Blue Alliance. The score is racking up rather quickly. One ball in for Weeping Angels. Snakebite racking them up over there. Meanwhile, Basis, batteries not included, taking their time, shooting some shots in from that close zone. Is that a food wrapper on the field? Come on, y'all. What are we doing? Weeping Angels shooting pretty consistently over here in the close zone, doing their thing. We got 40 seconds left in the match, and the Blue Alliance shows an 80-point lead. I think Vibrobot Snakebite over here is doing a great job of contributing to that lead with those super great far shots that they've got going on here. Just watch them fly in at that speed from that far zone. Really impressive stuff. Weeping Angels, of course, doing their part to keep that gate clear and shooting dozens of balls into that close zone goal. As we go into the endgame period, it is important that we watch these base zones as always. We've seen several matches today decided off in conflicts on these base zones. Athletech attempting to get a full park underneath their partner, but it's just not happening. Meanwhile, Weeping Angels and Snakebite getting that finalized full and partial park for what seems to be a very high score for the Blue Alliance. All right, after qualification match number 23, we have a victory for the Red Alliance, 142-102. Now, before we get started with qualification match number 25, I'm going to do some team introductions. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23361 Cosmobotics with their bot Rico. We have team 12820, the Wagner Trilobites, accompanying them. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24133 Chai GPT Robotics and their partners 16320, the Screaming Comets. All right, referees, are we ready to go? Scorekeeper, are we ready to go? Scorekeeper, are we ready to go? Yes, we are. All right, let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. Chai GPT quickly moving out of that zone for those lead points, while their partners, the Screaming Comets, quickly hammer 3 in for the close zone. Cosmobotics doing the same. They've got 6 so far, I believe, picking up 3 from that gate and returning to the close zone to cycle them again. Really consistent autonomous performance here from the Cosmobotics team, getting 3 from that gate time after time, returning to that gate time after time, making sure that they can recycle those same balls over and over again. It's a great strategy. They go back to that third spike line there and come back in the close zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we've got a 60-point match, or 60-point autonomous here, rather, to a 40-point autonomous here. That's a 20-point lead, but absolutely don't discount either of these amazing Blue Alliance robots. These Screaming Comets can really put up some high cycles with that triple shooter, and Chai GPT uses that wide intake to really pick up the cycle pace. Cosmobotics, of course, using that really fast pass-through design with their 2 flywheels, hammering them in. I think we have a lot of flywheels on the field this match. We got a triple shooter, we got a side-by-side flywheel, and we got another side-by-side flywheel. I think we got, what, a total of 1, 4... We got 8 flywheels on the match. That's kind of crazy. Cosmobotics continuing to hammer those balls in from the close zone, opting to back out to avoid a penalty in that human player zone. Collision in that secret tunnel, though. Meanwhile, the Wagner Trilobites coming right back up with a similar setup to Cosmobotics. Again, using that setup to hammer those 3 balls in close consistently time after time after time. Meanwhile, the Screaming Comets really leveraging that triple shooter again to just have some crazy shot pace on that blue goal. We have a match within 24 points here with 50 seconds left on the clock. Anything can happen. Cosmobotics seems to be kind of motionless on the red side of the field over here. Hope they can get whatever that is back up and running, and they do. That is great to see. But that gave the opportunity for the Blue Alliance to do a little bit of catching up. They go back to their human player. They got 3 balls loaded in that triple shooter called Trixie, if you remember. And they shoot 3 of those balls. Unfortunately, none make it in. The gap in this match. Oh, Cosmobotics scenes. Oh, no. They've disconnected, I think, yet again. They are being hit in that human player zone by these Screaming Comets who are searching for balls there, but there's nothing to grab. That human player is using some crazy techniques to try to get a ball out around there. What a guy. Cosmobotics coming back after that disconnect, doing what they can. I think they've gone out again when the clock hits 0. Alrighty, and we got some results coming in for qualification match number 24 with a Blue Alliance victory of 298 points. That's 278 non-penalty as well. That is a hefty total. All right, let me get these teams and qualification match number 26 introduced for you folks. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23668, the Cyber Stampede. And their alliance partners team 23350, Microchips and Queso. On the Blue Alliance, coming from Cedar Park High School, we have team 23944, Robolobos Fenrir. And their alliance partners team 32240, the Penguinauts. All right, the field is getting all set up here. I think all of our bots are in position. FTAs are going to make sure everybody's ready and initialized for this match to begin. All right, we are ready to randomize here on field number 2 in the Terra division for qualification match number 26. Let's see what that motif pattern is going to be. Hey, scorekeeper. All right, I think he's got it under control now. We're randomizing for this match. We have purple, green, purple. All right, field, are we ready? Scorekeeper, are we ready for this match to begin? All right, let's get this going in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, on the Blue Alliance, we got 2 robots moving and scoring. Let's see what they can do. On the Red Alliance, we have the same. We got several shots coming in from Microchips and Queso and their alliance partners, the Cyber Stampede. Robolobos Fenrir continuing to do what they've done all day with these consistent shots from that vertical spindexer. Going for yet another line. Let's see if they can get those in from the far zone. And 1, 2, 3, they can.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
The Blue Alliance
3,
bring up quite
2,
Italian auto here.
1.
All right, we have got a less than, we've got a 2-point difference here. But we got some parts flying off of robots here. We got a pretty hefty collision between Robolobos Fenrir and Microchips and Queso. I think you're going to see quite a bit of far zone defense here in this match. Wow, lots of shoving going on between Robolobos and Microchips and Queso. Did that ball just land perfectly on the rail? That's pretty crazy. Microchips and Queso using that human player fed intake. They're trying to keep Robolobos Fenrir from having access to all of those balls. Robolobos Fenrir, though, absolutely not deterred, scoring ball after ball after ball from that far zone and making sure that they're pushing around while they're doing it. Now, in the close zone, we've got quite a bit going on, too. We got Cyber Stampede putting in some balls for the Red Alliance, and the Penguinauts putting in some balls for the Blue Alliance. All right, Microchips and Queso getting some uncontested far cycles there, letting them sink in some balls from that zone. But Robolobos Fenrir, man, right back there playing some defense. Please don't shoot me, Robolobos. Penguinauts putting some balls up into that goal, doing a great job cycling that gate, really doing their part to make sure that Robolobos has some balls to score. Robolobos shooting me again. Wow, oh, that bounced off of me. I apologize, refs. Penguinauts continuing to shoot more balls from the close zone. Robolobos Fenrir scoring several balls from the close zone. Sorry, far zone. Microchips and Queso doing the same. Again, taking advantage of that dual intake system to pick up from both sides. Now, as we get into the endgame period here, let's absolutely watch those base zones. We have seen match after match after match decided by these base zone penalties. So we know that anything can happen during this endgame period. Robolobos Fenrir, though, careful. Oh, I don't know what's happened there. That might have been close. They're hammering in those far zone shots while their partner gets that full park. All right, let's see those qualification results for qualification match number 25. We've got a Red Alliance victory of 231 to 213. If only those digits were swapped. We got an equal number of fouls too, 35 fouls for both alliances. All right, let's get the teams for qualification match number 27 introduced. And boy, this is quite the match, y'all. Let's see. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 330 Exodus. And their alliance partners, team 6221, the Panther Bots Alpha. Apparently, the teams were not quite yet at the field, so I will reintroduce them when they make it over here. All right, now we've actually got the teams for this match on the field, so I can go about introducing them for real this time. On the Red Alliance, we have team 31666 Athletic Tech Robotics. Their alliance partners are at 21346 Basis. Some assembly required. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 30,030 Exodus. And their alliance partner is team 6221 Panther Bots Alpha. Now, this is quite the match, folks. As I understand it, we have 3 teams in the top 10 and 2 teams ranked within the top 5. Exodus is ranked number 1 right now. Basis, some assembly required, is ranked number 4. And Athletic Tech is placed 6. This is quite the high-stakes match for the Red Alliance. All right, we've got all robots on the field for this match. Our FTAs are making sure everybody is initialized and ready to go for this match. All right, I believe the field is ready. Let's get randomized here for qual number 27. We have purple, purple, green. All right, we are set up and randomized. Field is ready. Scorekeeper is ready. All right, guys, this is a big one. Let's get this going in 3, 2, 1, go. Exodus quick off the line. Shooting a 1 ball. Shooting a couple more. Moving quick. Shooting 3. While the Red Alliance works together on a combination auto here. Athletic Tech shooting far and the basis team shooting close. Exodus continues with this really high-paced auto there, shooting 3 far. Coming back, shooting another 3 far. They're doing far zone and close zone in auto, folks. That's pretty something else. We got another 3 far coming back, and they are going for those lead points.
Drivers, pick up
Despite
your
that
controllers.
high effort of a combined autonomous from the Red Alliance, they are
2,
still down coming out of auto here to the Blue Alliance. Just shows what our rank 1 team here is capable of. Not to discount them, though. Athletic Tech immediately hammers in several far shots. Exodus doing the same to match them. Basis hammering in those close zones. While Pantherbots Alpha does the same for the Blue Alliance. Opening the gate to make sure there are no overflow balls here. Exodus going back to their human player zone, making sure that they have enough balls to continue those rapid far cycles that we see them do time after time. Shooting 3 over and over again. Athletic Tech, though, doing the same. They're coming back and forth here from that human player zone, going to the far zone and hammering in another 3 shots for their alliance. Basis some assembly required. Shoot several balls. Athletic Tech matching them at the same time. Collision between Exodus and Basis over here in that human player zone. Not sure how that breaks down. Exodus shooting another 3. Basis some assembly required. Coming back up as well to shoot 3. Scoring 1. Meanwhile, Pantherbots Alpha absolutely repping out some close zone cycles here, supporting their partners Exodus on the Blue Alliance. Dumping that gate as well, keeping the flow of balls free and fair here on the fields. Athletic Tech opting to cycle some close cycles, and Red is really making up this gap here. They're making it closer and closer as the match goes on. Pantherbots Alpha, though, ready to address that, shooting 2 balls into the close zone. Exodus continuing that back and forth far cycle, scoring 2, 3, 2 balls again and again and again. They're able to use that turret to resist defense from Athletic Tech, who also is going back and forth, making sure plenty of balls are going into the red goal from that far zone. Meanwhile, again, base of some assembly required, continuing their rampage of close zone cycles. There's a ball over here on the field. It seems to be a battle of the Farbots here as the Athletic Tech and Exodus teams compete for space and balls in that far zone before this match comes to a close. Alrighty, folks, we got results coming in for qualification match number 26, and it is a 261-point victory for the Blue Alliance. All right, apparently this field is already ready to go. They're ahead of their schedule here. On the Blue Alliance, we've got team 17113, Hunga Munga, back at it again with their partners, team 29999, Weeping Angels. On the Red Alliance, we have team 16311, Viperbots Recoil, with their alliance partners, team 12670, Eclipse. All right, folks, score and field are ready. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Hunga Munga moving to quickly shoot 3 balls from the far zone. They hit each other in the air. That's something else. Weeping Angel scoring 1 from the close zone and going back to that gate to harvest some more balls. They do so, coming back to the close zone and delivering 2 of those balls into the goal. Hunga Munga continuing their far cycle spree. Viperbots Recoil doing the same on the Red Alliance, while Eclipse runs their high-speed close zone auto. Weeping Angels scoring another 3 into the close zone to round out that autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We've got what looks to be a roughly 40-point difference in favor of the Red Alliance coming out of that auto. That was some great collaborative work between 12670 Eclipse and Viperbots Recoil. But Hunga Munga and Weeping Angels will not be going down without a fight, both scoring high pace in the close zone. Weeping Angels using that big intake of theirs to shove Recoil around, preventing them from scoring some balls. Recoil, not deterred whatsoever, comes back over and immediately hammers in another 3 into the close zone. Recoil keeping that quick cycle pace that they're known for. Eclipse keeping that gate cycle going that they're known for. Hungamunga and Weeping Angel still putting in quite the effort to make up that gap from Autonomous. And they're doing a pretty good job of it. Weeping Angels deliver 3 balls from the close zone, going quickly over to that secret tunnel to pick up another 3, coming back right again and delivering those 3 balls to the goal. Something you might notice in some of these matches, sometimes when teams shoot a ball, you might see some of them come out the side in that little gap. So even though they get all 3 in, sometimes they're still prone to missing a couple, even though they might have been on target. Recoil, though, getting all 3 of those balls right there at 1-2-6-7-0, scoring their balls from the close zone. Weeping Angels and Hungamunga delivering a pretty solid number of balls here from the close zone. Viperbot's Recoil coming right back over. They know what to do. They know how to leverage this game's rules to their advantage, and they're gonna do it. They have a collision with Hungamunga, though. And as we get into the end game, remember, always watch the base zones. We got a collision between Recoil, Weeping Angels, and Eclipse here. Weeping Angels trying to go for those last second cycles to make up that gap, while the Red Alliance goes for their parking positions in 2, 1, go. All right, following that match, we should get results for qualification match number 27. All right, I'll go ahead and introduce the teams for qualification match number 29. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23312, the Qubits, and their alliance partners 3193, the Burrito Dogs. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 6272, Iron Eagles Prime. Their alliance partners, team 10894, basis batteries not included. I think we gotta wait. All right, we are randomizing over here on a field at number 1, getting ready for qualification match number 29. We have a purple, green, purple motif, and we are ready to play. We are randomizing yet again. Same motif, no change. All right, the field is ready. The scorekeeper is ready. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! Iron Eagles Prime moving quickly backwards and shooting 3 balls into the close zone right away. But the Red Alliance doing the exact same, dumping that gate to make sure there are plenty of balls on the field and that there are no overflow shots. Iron Eagles Prime moving back for that gate cycle auto yet again, grabbing 2 balls and scoring both of them into the goal from the close zone. They move back, score another 3, go for that bottom spike mark down there, come back up, and try to hammer off those last 3 balls before time ends. The Red Alliance, though, had a great coordinated effort between the Burrito Dogs
2,
and their alliance
1.
partner, the Qubits. And this match is already within a 0-point difference, actually, at the beginning of Teleop. The referee's calling some penalties over in that human player zone. We will see what is going on over there. I think Iron Eagles Prime is getting their turret race situated. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, the Qubits, are delivering some balls in to the zone, or to the goal from the close zone, while the basis batteries not included team is dropping off some balls into the goal from their close zone. Iron Eagles Prime cycling back and forth, grabbing ball after ball, dropping all of them into the goal from that close zone. I think that is their preferred strategy. They are very careful to navigate around that red robot who is sitting right outside that human player zone. They don't want to get any penalties for interfering with the protected area. And so you'll see these teams especially be very careful in those secret tunnel zones with the red tape, the blue tape, and those white tape boxes. Those are alliance-specific zones, and teams don't want to get caught in there getting penalties for being somewhere they shouldn't. Iron Eagles Prime hammering a quick 3 while the Cubits hammer some in from far. This match is within 12 points right now. We've got about a minute left on the clock. Let's see what these teams can do and where this match is going to go. The Burrito Dogs shooting one in from far and grabbing another 2, getting ready to deliver them from the far zone as well. All right, match is still quite close, too close to call with 35 seconds left on the clock. Red Alliance scoring some balls. Iron Eagles Prime scoring some balls as well. They've got a huge cluster headed over their direction. We got some collisions in the far zone. These teams are going to need to start watching out as they get into the end game period. Remember, folks, these base zones are treacherous. Anything can happen over here. We got Basis over here lifting up in that, attempting to go for 2 full parks, I believe. Quite the design from those folks over there. With 6 seconds left on the clock, let's see if Iron Eagles Prime can get a partial park, and it seems that they can. I believe we now have scores for qualification match number 28, with a score of 284 to 171. Alrighty, coming over here to qualification match 30, let's introduce these teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 4546, Viperbot Snakebite, and their partners, 18458, Droid Rage Zenith. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4707, the Midway Predators, and their partners, team 25959, Gigabytes of Guac. I think that's the first time I've gotten that number right. Alrighty, our FTAs are just checking that everybody is initialized and ready to go so we can get this field randomized for the match. Just getting everybody up and ready. I would also like to remind teams to be preparing for Alliance selection, which is going to be happening soon after the end of qualification matches. We are on qualification match number 30. We do only have 6 left, so be prepared to send a team representative up when needed. All right, FCA has signaled that our teams are ready for this match. We are randomizing our motif pattern, and we have green, purple, purple. All right, is the field ready to go? Field is ready to go. Scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go! 18458 quickly delivering balls, and the close zone and Snakebite shooting rapidly from that far zone. 18458 continuing, and Gigabytes of Guac also delivering bots from the close zone. Midway Predators leveraging that 2-shooter design to quickly deliver from the far zone into that blue goal. $18,458 delivering 3 last balls into that goal before the autonomous period ends, ending with about a 12-point lead before
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, to start the that period, all 4 robots are thankfully in motion. We got 18458 dumping the red gate to make sure there are plenty of balls on the field and that there is no overflow going on. Midway Predators lining up for some shots on that blue goal. Let's see what they can do. Gigabytes of Guac delivering 1 ball into that blue goal as well. 18458 repeatedly cycling that human player corner, coming back and forth. Wow! We got some strong cheering for Droid Raid Zenith. I love the spirit. Midway Predators delivering some balls for the Blue Alliance. One of them flies out of the field. Gigabytes of Guac still picking up some balls in that close zone, still delivering them at the speed they have been known to do. Snakebite going back and forth. I think they're cycling in that far zone right now. Yes, they are. They have that really high shot speed and high shot velocity. Those balls fly through the air very, very quickly. Meanwhile, 18458 continuing to do what they've done all throughout today's competition. Deliver those fast and, most importantly, consistent close zone cycles. And my Predators, again, I think they got that limelight wiggle on top of their row. They better make sure that's secure. But they got those two flywheels running on that shooter, scoring lots of balls in that close zone. Gigabytes of Guac lining up with their teammates, getting ready to deliver 2 balls to the close zone as well, for a total of 4 balls scored between the pair. Meanwhile, Snakebite continuing to rip out some strong far cycles, going 3 at a time, high speed, very consistent delivery. 18458 navigating around that field, searching for something to pick up. There's just nothing for them to find. Now remember, as we get closer and closer to the end game, these teams need to be super careful around those base zones. This is a match within 35 points, and believe me, there are 35 points of penalties to be gained from those base zones, so teams better watch out what they're doing. Thankfully, I think we're in for a clean park here between both alliances as the match winds to an end. Alrighty, let's see those scores for qualification match number 29. We got a victory for the Blue Alliance, 165 to 129. Now let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 31. Yet again, we see on the Red Alliance, 30030 Exodus, our number 1 ranked team, and their alliance partners are 17113 Hungamunga. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 12820, the Wagner Trilobites, and their partners, the Cyber Stampede. All right, our referees are checking that everybody is ready to go for this match. Right before we get started, we got a human player running back to the field. Where's he coming from? All right, the field is ready. Our scorekeeper is also ready. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, couple things to pay attention to in this match. As I mentioned earlier, Exodus, our number 1 ranked team at the moment, is on the field. Every match is make or break for their qualification placement. Another thing to pay attention to is their alliance partner, Hungamunga. You can see on the dashboard that their name shows up as yellow. That means they've received a yellow card. They need to watch what they're doing because any conduct might result in another. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance working on a coordinated autonomous, scoring a total of 7 balls into that classifier. Exodus parking after scoring 9.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we got about a 20-point lead out of the end of autonomous. Cyber Stampede, though, quickly dumping all 3 balls that they had in their possession into that goal. They are absolutely not going to give this up. Meanwhile, their partners, the Wagner Trilobites, hammering 3 balls in from the close zone. They're already making up that gap from autonomous. They're within a 3-point margin already, folks. Exodus, though, man, we've known what they're doing all day. Their plan is to cycle those human player zones from the far zone, and they're going to score ball after ball after ball doing that. And they're mostly not going to miss. They're going to hit 3 for 3 for 3. And so this Blue Alliance team needs to put in some crazy legwork to make sure that they're keeping pace. And believe me, they are. The Wagner Trilobites keeping those fast, close cycles going throughout this entire match, using that 2 flywheel design to make sure all balls land on targets. The Cyber Stampede, though, also keeping that gate open, making sure there's plenty of balls on the field for everybody to pick up and score. Hungamunga holding open that gate. I think what they're trying to do is make sure that there's balls flowing out of that gate at all times for their partner, Exodus, to cycle from that far zone. I like that strategy a lot. It makes sure there's always something going on in the back of the field. Hungamunga returns to that gate to dump all of those balls out and pick up 3 for themselves, sneaking out of that secret tunnel rather before there's any contact to be had. Exodus coming to open that gate themselves. Unfortunately, none of those balls came out, so that wasn't really the play. Exodus going for some close zone shots. Unfortunately, they miss a couple. But as we get into endgame, these teams, remember, really need to mind their base zone, especially these far zone robots. They need to watch where they're at to make sure that they're not getting penalized for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Exodus and Hungamona opt to park with a couple seconds left in the match, intent on securing that ranking points. Alrighty, folks, let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 32 on the Red Alliance. We have a team that has probably my personal favorite team name of this event, 3193, the Burrito Dogs. Their alliance partner is team 299999, the Weeping Angels. On the Blue Alliance, we see team 21346, basis, some assembly required. And their partner, team 24133, Chai GPT Robotics. Alrighty, all of our teams are getting set up and ready for this next qualification match. I want to take some time before we get started to highlight all the different designs that we can see on this field right now. What we can see right now is 3 robots with a turret and 1 without. The one without is basis, some assembly required. I think they've opted for this design because of how fast they can shoot. They can navigate all over that field, shooting balls quickly and accurately because they've got that straight stream of balls coming right through. Right next to them, we can see the Burrito Dogs. They have a far zone optimized robot. You can see them hammering far zone cycles in quite a few matches. And they have those Mechan wheels you can see attached to their flywheel to add inertia, making sure that flywheel never loses speed. On the Blue Alliance, you can see Chai GPT here with that huge row of vector wheels. All right, I'll keep doing this little discussion after we get the match set up. We have a purple, green, purple motif pattern. All right, if you're ready, score is ready to go. Well, let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. As I was saying, you can see these giant bar of vector wheels on Chai GPT, and that gives their intake a lot of range to pick up balls to the sides of their robot. Weeping Angels, I would like to highlight that drag chain on top of their turret. That allows them to get easy increased turret range of motion without having to worry about wiring struggles. Both alliances opting for a similar autonomous strategy of close gate zone cycling, as well as cycling spike marks for additional points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
Alrighty, we're
2,
pretty close coming out of this
1.
autonomous period. We've got a 50 to 43 point gap here. Weeping Angels quickly moving to reset their turret and score 3 balls right away. Chai GPT, though, doing the exact same for the Blue Alliance, swapping places with their partners, Basis, who are immediately ready with another 3 balls to score. You can see this Blue Alliance has a pretty synced up strategy. They've got 1 bot shooting, 1 bot intaking, and they'll repeat this cycle over and over and over again. Basis will shoot, they'll swap out with Chai GPT. They've got that strategy locked down. On the Red Alliance, you can see Weeping Angels continuously cycling that gate. That is their preferred strategy. They want to empty that gate as much as possible and also take advantage of the huge flow of balls that comes through it when alliances are scoring lots of points. Meanwhile, their partner, the Burrito Dogs, is consistently hammering in those far shots, making sure that they're always taking advantage of all the balls in the human player's zone and scoring them as quickly as possible. As the match continues, we can see the gap between the Red and Blue Alliance closing slowly but surely. The Blue Alliance has approached 150 points, Red at 162 at the moment. Basis, some assembly required, continuously getting those high-speed closed zone cycles. I think part of the advantage of their strategy is how small and nimble that robot is. They can see how quickly they can navigate around that field, how quickly they can get balls picked up, and how quickly they can shoot them. I think we had a collision between those two alliance partners here because I see a roller off of one of those vector wheels sitting on the floor right there getting dragged around. The Burrito Dogs really keeping that pace with the Red Alliance. They're really shooting all those far zone shots in and making sure that they will absolutely not lose that lead that they established in the autonomous period. But remember, folks, watch those base zones. Literally anything can happen. That was a close one, folks. We'll have to see what that score shows us. All right, folks, over on field number 1, we got what looks to be a super competitive match here. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 18458, Droid Rage, Zenith, and their alliance partners, Team 23361, Cosmobotics, and their Robot Rico. On the Blue Alliance, we can see Team 12670, Eclipse, and their alliance partners, Team 6272, Iron Eagles Prime. All right, we are randomized and ready to go. Let's check with our scorekeeper. We are ready to go. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we can see Eclipse and Iron Eagles Prime working with that far bot and close bot strategy here. Same for Cosmobotics and 18458. Cosmobotics, again, opting to cycle that gate in autonomous, as we can see many close bots opting to do. It's just so effective since there's always going to be balls there in the autonomous period. Meanwhile, Team 12670, Eclipse, cycling that gate the same way as Cosmobotics on the other side, while Iron Eagles Prime shoots some shots in from the far zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3.
We've got a pretty close match here coming out of autonomous. We got a 4-point gap between these two teams. Anything can happen. So let's see what these teams put up on the board. Eclipse using that aluminum robot to go back and forth here, cycle that gate, and make some rapid cycles. They've got a really wide intake, and those vector wheels on the edge let them pick up from the gate just that much easier. You can see they clip the gate with the corner, and those vector wheels pull that ball right into the middle. Meanwhile, 18458 and 23161, sorry about that, leveraging both of their high-speed close zone strategies to score lots of balls from that close zone. Whoa, we got a collision between 12670 and 18458, resulting in a number plate being detached onto the field here. Two through 361 coming back to the close zone to shoot another 3 balls, 2 of which make it in. Meanwhile, Team 6272 opting to shoot for some far zone shots with their robot Snoopy. Eclipse continuously cycling that gate, making sure that their alliance partner, Iron Eagles Prime, always has something to go in intake. But watch out for Cosmobotics. They're happy to intake those same balls too because that's their human player zone. Meanwhile, 18458 really keeping up with those consistent close cycles that we see them execute on every single match. If there's one thing we can bet on, it's that 18458 will always be there with 3 balls ready to score them in that close zone. Eclipse, however, does the same, and they're going to need a lot to make sure that this match goes a certain way. We got a 20-point gap here coming in towards the end game period of the match. But remember, folks, watch those base zones. Any match within 30 points could just easily be decided by those base zone penalties. So watch out for collisions. And we can see a collision happening right here between the Red and Blue Alliance. I think the Red Alliance has resulted in a disconnect from that happening. Iron Eagles Prime hammering balls in, but they're all going on overflow. Let's see if the Red and Blue Alliance can get some perks off here. All right, folks, my voice is starting to go, but I'm going to do my best to make sure that these teams in qualification match 34 get the introduction that they deserve. On the Red Alliance, we have our rank 2 number team, Team 23944, Robo Lobos Fenrir. Their alliance partners are Team 4707, the Midway Predators. On the Blue Alliance, we can see Team 16311, Viperbots Recoil. Their alliance partners are Team 18094, Basis. Batteries not included. Before we start this match, they did not show those qualification match results. I will pull those up for you guys and give you a quick announcement about what that was. Our latest result for Q32 is a 270-point victory for the Red Alliance, that being the Weeping Angels. Scorekeeper, are you ready for this match? All right, we are good. Let's get this going in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, this is a high-stakes match, folks. We got Robo-Lobos Fenrir fighting to keep their second-place spot against this high-speed ViperBots recoil robot. But don't worry, I think they've got it locked down over here. They're shooting far zone shots, moving close zone to empty that gate, and make sure they've got their game plan locked down. You can see them sorting these balls. Our motif pattern is purple, purple, green. You can see them aiming for that motif pattern in their autonomous. But it seems they've become hung up on their alliance partner, Midway Predators. The Blue Alliance, with a combined effort of far and close
pick up
shots,
your
seems to have
controllers.
delivered a higher total.
3,
However, I think those
2,
motif points from the Red
1.
Alliance balanced it out a little bit better in their direction. We have a 7-point gap, and we've got 4 robots moving at the beginning of teleup. That is great to see. Robo-Lobos Fenrir doing what they're known best for doing, sinking those far shots over and over again with that vertical spindexer transfer design. Meanwhile, Basis, I think, opting to play some defense in that zone. Midway Predators, they seem to have a ball stuck at the front of their shooter. They are going to try their absolute hardest to get that out of there, and they do. What a great thing to see. ViperBots Recoil hammering 3 balls in from the close zone. Whoa, that was a hefty collision between Robo-Lobos and ViperBots Recoil. We just saw what looked to be a crazy gate open. Robo-Lobos Fenrir really trying to hit us refs over here. Come on, folks. What are we doing? Midway Predators, thankfully, shooting for the goal rather than the referee team. Robo-Lobos Fenrir looks to be having an issue. They're restarting that robot. Let's see if they can get that solved right away. And I think they can. ViperBots Recoil, however, taking advantage of that period to line back up on the close zone and try to deliver 3 shots. Robo-Lobos Fenrir back up and running at full speed, delivering far zone shot after far zone shots. 1, 2, 3, all in for Robo-Lobos Fenrir. Absolutely beautiful. All right, ViperBots Recoil, though, cycling close shot after close shot, trying to make up that gap between the Red and Blue Alliance. They are doing their absolute best, and it shows. They're doing great over there. Their alliance partners are lifting up, and I think ViperBots Recoil might just be small enough to fit under them. They're not going for that park, though. Oh, they just miss it. I think that could have been something cool. All right, folks, the day is not quite over. We still have 2 more qualification matches left before we're out into alliance selection. And let's see the results for that previous qualification match. That is a blue victory. And let's see, that is qualification number 33 and a victory for the Blue Alliance. All right, let's introduce the teams for match number 35 right now. On the Red Alliance, we got team 25959, the Gigabytes of Guac. And they're paired with 31666 Athletic Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23312, the Qubits, and their partners, team 23350, the Microchips and Queso.
while we're waiting, I want to take a moment to point out something that you'll see as a commonality between these robots. Several of the robots on the field make use of aluminum drivetrains, and aluminum is a pretty heavy material, but you can see that several of these teams have taken advantage of a technique called pocketing, where they'll remove material from those aluminum side plates using various shapes. You might see triangle, pentagon, or circle pocketing being some of the more common types. Microchips and Queso uses it to aesthetically enhance their robot, while some of these other teams use more aggressive pocketing styles to remove more weight. All right, the referees are making sure that we are ready to go for our second to last qualification match in the Terra division. Scorekeeper is not at the table. We are going to be waiting a moment before we are ready to go. Scorekeeper! He has hurried back to his computer. We will get this match randomized in just a moment. All right. Green, purple, purple. And that's already what's said over here, so we don't need to rotate anything. The field is ready to go. Our scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots on the field off to move. Gigabytes of Guac opting for a leave auto, maximizing that ranking point strategy. Microchips and Queso and their partner opting to both cycle far and close, maximizing the number of balls scored in their autonomous. Athletic absolutely hammering in those balls from close zone. I think they've got a bearing loose. Something's bouncing around up there. Microchips and Queso using that free sort technique to sort those balls in the order that they want them to go into that classifier. Athletic scores their last 3 balls as autonomous comes to a
Drivers,
close.
pick up your controllers.
We got about a
3, 2, 1.
we got about a 9-point difference coming out of this autonomous period. Let's see which team can make the most of this teleop period and make the win happen. Athletic quickly hammering in 3 close zones. They're not just good far zone, they're good everywhere. Trying to play some defense on the qubits, but it's just not happening. Microchips and Queso leveraging that 2 intake design yet again to maximize their far zone capability. Why is that so potent? Well, there's 2 different human player zones on the far zone, so having 2 intakes means you don't got to turn at all. You can just go back and forth between the 2, picking up 3 balls no matter which way you're facing. Athletic using their more rapid-fire oriented design to quickly hammer several balls from that far zone into the Red Alliance goal. And look at that score, folks. They're making a comeback. They're making it back after that 9-point auto deficit to about a 31-point lead in this match. Gigabytes of Guac coming in, lining up. They are getting ready to shoot into that goal from the close zone. They've got 2 balls. Let's see what they can get. They get 1. They get 2. They got both of them. Great job, guys. The Athletic robotics team is going into that secret tunnel over by their gate, getting more balls. They're looking for anything to grab to shoot from that far zone. They're maintaining that 30-point lead pretty strongly, but let's see what the Blue Alliance has to say about that. Gigabytes of Guac trying to put in a couple balls in the close zone, and they deliver 1. Athletic coming back with more balls from that human player zone. That gap is closing in the scores. The Blue Alliance is closing in. We got 25 seconds left in the match. And remember, folks, always watch those base zones. I'll say this every time, but still, there's always base zone penalties. We got to keep this match under. All right. As we're almost to the end of this match, let's see teams go for some parks. We got Gigabytes of Guac lining up for a full park. Microchips and Queso using that kickstand mechanism to get a full, and their partner easily slides in for a partial. All right, folks. This is it. This is the last qualification match of the day for the Terra division. Let's introduce these teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 3-2-3-4-0, the Penguinauts, and their partner is team 16-3-20. I forgot their name. The Screaming Comets. I'm sorry. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 45-46 of Viperbots, Snakebite, and their partner with team 6-2-2-1, the Pantherbots Alpha. I am being grilled for my emceeing skills. I apologize, folks. Scorekeeper is ready to go. We are randomized. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, this is our last qualification match of the day. Let's get some cheering in the stands. We got team 32240 getting some balls in from that close zone. Snakebite absolutely shooting some balls to the other division. Guys, this is your goal. That's not your goal. All right, team 6221 cycling that gate, trying to get some balls to come back in for the close zone. Team 32240 continuing to cycle that close zone. They've landed quite a few balls into that goal. Their partner goes for a leave auto, and we've got a total of 12 balls on that Red Alliance for a very strong autonomous performance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
There may be a 30-point deficit on the board right now, but absolutely do not discount either of these Blue Alliance teams. They have been powerhouses all day during the teleop period. The triple shooter, the Screaming Comets, makes their way back to that close zone, ready to launch 3. They are just short. They are not short of opening that gate, though. They are making sure there are plenty of balls on the field. We have some heavy collisions between Viperbot, Snakebite, and the Penguinauts over in that far zone area. Whoa! Guys, can we get a ball scored on the other field? Is that possible? Team 6221 is cycling that close zone. They're making their best effort to score plenty of balls, but I think they're opting for a more defensive strategy nowadays because I think they've got something stuck in that intake. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, the Screaming Comets are trying to get themselves situated. Snakebite's pushing them around. Let's see what they can get to figure out. Meanwhile, the Penguinauts, the dominating force on the field at the moment, absolutely running around, hitting all of their close cycles. Snakebite hitting them, but it's not doing much to the Penguinauts, who are ready and hitting those shots. They must have a really great shooter model to be able to handle that. Team 6221 seems back in the running. They got their intake unjammed. They are ready to score more balls. There may be a big difference on the board, but that doesn't mean anything. We can still make this match interesting. Team 4546, again, opting for that defensive strategy. We'll see if that leads them somewhere. They might be able to slow down the Penguinauts a good bit. Meanwhile, Team 6221 seems to be handling the brunt of the cycle work, while Team 4546 is playing defense. But again, the Penguinauts not deterred. Pushing can't stop them. They are ready to score balls all of the time. Whoa, I think we got an intake that has fallen off on the Blue Alliance. Let's hope they can keep it together for the rest of this match with 9 seconds left. Let's hope nothing happens. Let's get Team Sims Parks. Snakebite going for a full park. We got a partial park from their partner as well. All right, let's see if we can get some results for qualification match number 35. That is a win for the Red Alliance. He delivers a score of 195 points to 158. All right, folks, since that was our last match, we're going to have to sit and wait a bit for those qualification results to come in. Ah, there they are. I was cut off as they come in. And that is a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 154 to 96.
All right, over here on the Terra Alliance, now that we have completed the qualification match play, we're going to go into the playoff matches, and we'll be doing the playoff selections here in 20 minutes. So at 3:40, I need one representative from each team right here at the fields.
We need one representative from every team to come and stand along the blue. One representative from every team come stand along the blue area in the front of your division area. One representative from every team come stand along the blue border right over there. Blue border, one representative, every team, stand on the blue border. One representative from every team, come stand on the blue border. Let's go. Let's go. We need to have, there should be 28 teams, 24 teams over here. There are not. We need to get 24 teams over there. All right? One representative from every team on the blue border. Doesn't make any difference where you stand. If you're in this division, you stand here. If you're in that division, you stand over there. One representative every team standing on the blue border for Aero Division. If you're in Terra Division, you're over on the visitor side where the visitor bleachers are. Don't do that. Let's go. One representative from every team. Bill, he's the guy that normally does this.
He's got a voice on him.
No, well, usually I do, but not today.
Well, this mic's been giving us
This one's from over there?
or not that one. The announcer just had feedback on sometimes.
Well, it's all about where you stand. One representative on the blue border. It does not make any difference where you're standing. Let's go. Everybody else up in the stands. If you're not one of the one representatives, then go stand in the stands. And leave a hole in the midst. Go all the way to the end, though. We got to have a hole here in the middle. Some of you go that way. Some of you go that way. We're going to leave the middle open. We're going to leave the middle open. Keep going. Go all the way down that way. Go all the way down that way. We want to leave this area right. Well, you got to see the camera. We just need to make sure. Dylan's working on it, but you can go help. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Turn around and go back that way to the edge. Go back that way to the edge. Walk back, walk back, walk back. Okay, stop. Simon says stop. Are you one of the representatives? Okay, stand right here. Stand right here. Stand right here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, I only have 21 teams here. Where am I? I only have 21 teams on the Aero side. I need one rep from every team. I only have 21. If you're missing, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We're still missing some. Go ahead and move this way just a little bit.
All right, folks, we are getting started with Alliance selection here over on the Terra division. We've had a great day of qualification matches, but now it is time to move on to the playoff portion. Now, with 24 teams competing, we need to form 6 alliances that will compete and represent the Terra division at the event playoffs to become the D code presented by RTX winners here at the FIT Central Texas Regional Championships. Here's how this is going to work. We'll first announce the top 6 ranked teams as alliance leads. Each of these teams will have a student representative, the alliance captain, join us on the field. The first selection will begin with the highest ranked team based on performance in qualification matches. After the number 1 ranked team makes their selection, the next highest ranked and unpicked team will then make their selection. We continue this process until we have 6 complete alliances made up of 2 teams each. After an alliance captain extends an invitation to join their alliance, one representative from the invited team will join us, and they will either accept or decline. Quick thing on declines. If a team declines an invitation to become an alliance partner, that team may not be invited again. The declining team does not, however, lose their right to form their own alliance in the event that they are also a captain. For example, say the number 1 ranked team picks the number 6 ranked team and they decline. The number 6 ranked team still keeps their ability to be an alliance captain, despite them declining first seed. If the 6th ranked team accepts the invitation, then the next highest ranked team will move up into their captaincy slot. Now, throughout the day, teams have been scouting each other to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and possible collaborative strategies and playoff rounds. This is where we see scouting come into the play as teams decide who to partner with. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance to play out the rest of the event with. Once we have 6 complete alliances, we will begin the playoff matches, which we will play in a double elimination bracket. In a double elimination tournament, all alliances will start out in the upper bracket, where they will play 1 match against another alliance. The losing team will move to the lower bracket and face a new alliance in the next round. After they've lost a second time, they will be eliminated from the tournament. There's a lot on the line here, so let's meet the teams. So teams, please come up in the order your number is called, and you'll line up in ascending order from there to here. So let's please welcome the number 6 seed, Team 29999 Weeping Angels from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay.
All right, next up we have the number 5 seed, Team 6272 Iron Eagles Prime.
Cool.
The number 4 seed will be Team 31666 Athletic Tech Robotics from Austin, Texas.
I don't want to read all that. I don't have to read all that again.
The number 3 seed will be Team 12670 Eclipse from Austin, Texas. All right, now for team number 2, Team 23944 Robo Lobos Fenrir. And last, but most certainly not least, our number 1 seed, Team 30030 Exodus from Austin, Texas. I'm going to hand this back off to the Aero Division, where they will call up their captains as we have here.
All right. So, in a double elimination, please welcome the number 6 seed, Team 23240, the Shooting Stars out of Austin, Texas. All right. And now, please welcome the number 5 seed team, 16377, Spicy Ketchup out of Universal City, Texas. All right. And now, please welcome the number 4 seed team, 21438, Chaotic Current out of Cedar Park, Texas. And now, please welcome the number 3 seed team, 31675, ICBC Quantum Mechanics out of Austin, Texas. Now the number 2 seed team, 16832, GP Robotics Unity out of Portland. And finally, our number 1 seed, and congratulations to team 12928, Lightsaders from Austin, Texas.
All right, folks, now that the Aero division has introduced all of their alliance captains, we are going to start selection over here in the Terra division. Now, our number 1 seed alliance will make their first pick. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 3030 Exodus would like to run with the Wolves and graciously invites Team 23944 Rebel Lobos Fenrir to join our pack.
Team 23944 Rebel Lobos Fenrir would love to join your pack.
All right. Now, this does mean that we have a new captain that needs to come up to join the line. All right. That means we need...
The new captain comes.
Yes, there's right there. All right. We're going to now need to bring up Team 21346 basis. Some assembly required to become an alliance captain. I'll now pass things back off to the Aero division.
All right, we're going to start with our number 1 seed, and they're going to make the first pick. So this is the big moment. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 12928 Lightsaders graciously invites Team 16377 Spicy Ketchup.
Team 16377 Spicy Ketchup graciously accepts.
All right, we're going to invite one other team captain to come up, and that is oh wait, hold on. And now please welcome our new captain of the 6 seed alliance, Robo Lobos Lycan Legion, team 32052 out of Cedar Park. And back over to you.
All right, big moves being made in the Aero division. And now it's time for our second seed, Team 12670 Eclipse, to make their selection. Who would you like to join your alliance?
Team 12670 Eclipse would like to graciously invite Team 31666 Athletech Robotics to join their alliance.
Team 31666 Athletech Robotics graciously declines.
Athletech Robotics has chosen to form their own alliance. So this means that they will be picking in the next round of selection. Who is your next pick to join your alliance, Team Eclipse?
Team 12670 Eclipse would like to graciously invite Team 23361 Cosmobotics to join their alliance.
Team 23361 graciously accepts.
All righty. That is our number 2 alliance.
All right, so we're going to move down to our next alliance captain.
Team 16832 GP Robotics Unity graciously invites Team 5189 Wolves to join our alliance.
Team 5189 graciously accepts.
All righty then. Moving on to the third seed. Over in the
All
Terra
right,
division.
so we've got to add another captain. Let's take team 31675 ICBC Quantum Mechanics. Actually, I think that's wrong. Holds, please. It's just not refreshing. Who are you getting? I have this now. Oh, we're good. Back over to you.
Alrighty then. Now to the third seed captain, team 31666, Athletic Tech Robotics. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 31666 Aztec Robotics graciously invites team 6272 Iron Eagles Prime.
Team 6272 graciously accepts.
All right. Since team 6272 was already the captain of our fourth seed alliance, we need to bring up another. Team 299, the Weeping Angels, can now shift off the fourth, and so on down the line. And our new sixth seed alliance captain is going to be team 4546 Viperbot Snakebite. Back over to you, Aero Division.
All right. I'm so excited to move to the third seed captain from team 31675 ICBC Quantum Mechanics. Over to you.
Team 31675 ICBC Quantum Mechanics would like to graciously invite Team 7161 Viperbots Hydra.
Very nice.
Team 7161 graciously accepts.
Very nice. Thank you. Back over to you.
All right, let's go down to our fourth seed, team 29999, the Weeping Angels. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 29999 Weeping Angels would like to graciously invite Team 4546 Viperbot Snakebite.
All righty.
Team 4546 graciously accepts.
All right. As such, I believe we need another six-seed alliance captain, and that's going to be team 17113 Hungamunga. All right, back over to you, Aero Division.
All right. We are now with our fourth seed captain, team 21438 Chaotic Current. You ready? All right.
Team 21438 Chaotic Current would graciously like to invite Team 14361 Robolobos Ghost to be their alliance partner.
Will they accept?
Team 14361 Robolobos Ghost graciously accepts.
Very nice. All right. Back over to you.
Just give us a moment. One of the captains needs to look at the remaining team list. All right, fifth seed captain, basis, some assembly required. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Basis some assembly required would like to invite Team 17113 Hungamunga to join our alliance.
Team 17113 graciously accepts.
All right, we are down to yet another six seed captain here in the Terra Division. How many of these have we had? All right, team 32240, the Penguinauts, should now come up to join us as our next six seed alliance captain. Back over to you, Arrow.
All right. We are here with the fifth seed captain, team 23240, the Shooting Stars. Are you ready to make your pick? Are you sure? 100%? Okay.
Team 23240 would like to invite Team 32052 Lycan.
Team 32052 Lycan graciously accepts.
All right, very nice. So we get to pull up a new captain to where the sixth team was standing. So we're going to move to team 11093 Mega Knights. Come on up. Back over to you.
All right, now to our real final six seed captain. No more new six seed captains. We're actually down the list this time. 32240, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 32240 Penguinauts would like to graciously invite Team 16311 Recoil.
Team 16311 Viperbots Recoil graciously accepts.
All right, that is your alliances for the Terra division.
All right, so before we learn who the last Alliance captain selection will be, one last note. So immediately following the selection, the head referee will meet with all Alliance team representatives to cover the rules of the playoffs. If your team is in Alliance lead and you plan to have a different student who is on your team serve as your Alliance captain during playoffs, we will ask that you have that person ready to send down to the field immediately following Alliance selection. The final selection. Are you ready? Okay. All right. It's all you.
Team 11093, the Mega Knights, would like to graciously invite Team 20240 Slingshot.
Well done.
Team 2240 Slingshot graciously accepts.
Outstanding. There are our teams. Thank you all very much. Congratulations. Captains, don't forget, go meet with the head refs. We need all the captains with the head refs. Thank you.
Terra Division. Terra Division, this is your 3-minute and 15-second warning to get to the field for playoff match 1 and probably to queue for 2 as well. So that means you, Weeping Angels, and Viperbot's Snakebite. Weeping Angels and Viperbot Snakebite, please come to the field for playoff match 1. Weeping Angels, please come to the field for playoff match 1. Alrighty, Terra Division. We have all 4 teams on the field for playoff match 1. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with our team introductions. You've seen these teams play all day, but I still feel like they deserve a little intro. On the Red Alliance, we have team 29999. Their alliance captain, the Weeping Angels from San Antonio, Texas. Their alliance partner and their first pick is team 4546, Viperbot's Snakebite from Austin, Texas. On the Blue Alliance, we have the alliance captain team 21346, basis, some assembly required. And their first pick, 17113, Hungamunga from Austin, Texas. We are going to randomize here for playoff match 1. Purple, green, purple. All right. Check if the field's ready. All right. Scorekeeper, are you ready? All right, let's kick off Terra Division playoffs. Match 1 in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have all 4 robots off to a moving start. Snakebite and Weeping Angels, and all of these teams working on coordinated autonomous programs in the break between alliance selection and playoffs. All shooting balls, all scoring balls in their respective goals. This is a great work from both alliances. Weeping Angels opting for that gate cycling strategy you've seen them do all day, while bases, some assembly required, reps out close zone cycles with that pass-through design. 5 seconds left in the autonomous period. 2 teams have opted for a leave, and the other 2 are parked in zones.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The Blue Alliance starts off to a strong lead after autonomous ends. There is a ball flying across the field from Viperbot Snakebite. Bases, some assembly required, dumping balls into that goal. Weeping Angels doing the same from the close zone. Snakebite absolutely slamming Farzin all the way from that back zone of the field. over and over again. They're cycling that human player. They're shooting balls. Weeping Angels trying to figure out where they want to go, what they want to intake. Bases, some assembly required. Dumping balls in from where they're at, while Hungamunga does the same. Two teams cycling from close zone. Snakebite dunks 3 fars in, all the way from the back of the field. They're intent on catching up to that Blue Alliance. They are not going to let this go easily. Weeping Angels doing that close cycling that they've been strong in all day. Snakebite sinking far shot after far shot. 2 again. Bases, some assembly required, going all the way back to that human player zone, trying to prevent Snakebite from stealing the balls that they've been collecting over there. Hungamunga and Bases shooting at the same time in a synchronized effort, both going for the same intake location, both going for the same shot location. But this Red Alliance is making a good effort, and they're catching up. They've taken the lead of this match. Snakebite putting in those fars all the way from the back, keeping the face fast. Weeping Angels emptying that gate, making sure that their partner has the balls available to get the shots they need to. Far after far after far from Viperbot Snakebite, while Hungamunga and Basis continuously cycle close. We got a very close match here, folks. We're within 9 points going into the last 40 seconds. Weeping Angels diving into that secret tunnel, going for the gate, trying to get 2 more balls here. They've got them. They're going back to the close to shoot them. Basis doing the exact same thing on the other side. Hungamunga trying to get lined up for a shot. They get it off. Snakebite coming back and forth. 2 fars sunk into that goal under defense. Hungamunga coming back to shoot again. They get 3 balls off. The Red Alliance pulling away with this lead. Almost 30 points up, coming down from 40. This Red Alliance is putting in the best effort with 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Looking at the live scoring right now, we see a massive comeback from the Red Alliance, but we'll have to wait for the penalties and other scoring elements to come in before we know what's happened here. Our referees are deliberating, trying to figure out what the score for this Terra Division Playoff Match 1 should be. We'll have results to you soon. All right, it seems like we've got our scores upcoming for Playoff Match 1 in the Terra Division. Who thinks the Red Alliance won? Okay, some people. Who thinks the Blue Alliance won that? Nobody? Okay, we'll see. All right, let's see. It's the Red Alliance! With a score of 233 to 206, a massive comeback after that auto deficit. The Red Alliance will move on to the next upper bracket match, and the Blue Alliance will move down to the first lower bracket match. Meanwhile, over here on field number 2, we are getting ready for playoff match 2. On the Red Alliance, we have team 31666, Athletic Robotics. and their alliance partner, Team 6272 Iron Eagles Prime. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 32240, the Penguinauts, and their alliance partner, Team 16311 Viperbots Recoil. All right, without further ado, let's get this playoff match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we got all 4 bots off. Oh, and there is a collision at the back of the field between Recoil and Athletic. 62-72 scoring balls from the close zone. Penguinauts doing the same. They're opting for that very same strategy on both alliances. Cycle that gate close, leave some balls open for the far bot. Recoil seems to be stopped in auto. I think they might have had something happen during that collision with Athletic. Athletic repeating those far cycles, trying to score some balls, while Iron Eagles Prime absolutely dumps balls into that goal from the close zone. Penguinauts doing the same.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, coming out of the autonomous period, we have a 50-point lead for the Red Alliance. However, we literally just saw that exact comeback in the last match. Never discount the Blue Alliance here. They could absolutely make this happen. On the far side, we have 62-72 shooting some far zone shots. They've switched places from where they were in auto with Athletic. I wonder why they've opted for that. We have Recoil knocking in 3 from the close zone, while their partner, the Penguinauts, knocks in some as well. I think they're all opting for a double close zone strategy. Penguinauts opening the gate, coming away with 3 balls ready to shoot. Viperbots Recoil coming back from that human player and opposing gate zone with 3 more balls. We see a huge collision in the human player zone on the other side of the field between Penguinauts and 62-72 Iron Eagles Prime. Seeing some defense over on that side of the field. Athletic switch to the far zone, knocking 2 in from that zone. But the Blue Alliance is beginning to close this gap. It is down to 30 points after the 50 from auto. Penguinauts is putting in a humongous effort over here. Oh my God, I almost just got headshot. Penguinauts putting in a huge effort over here with these gate cycles, making sure that they are dumping as many balls as possible in close. Their partner Recoil is cycling the human player zone on the other side. This means that Penguinauts has unrestricted access to one side of the field, while Recoil has access to the other, freeing up space for their double close strategy. Athletic has begun cycling more far zone shots, while 62-72 does close. They go to dump that gate, make sure those overflow balls get classified. Recoil going back to that human player zone, getting ready to come back for another set of 3 balls close, of which they hit 1. We have another collision between alliance partners there in that human player zone. Penguinauts going over there for an intake at the same time as Recoil. Recoil and Penguinauts both opting to shoot close. Again, Athletic taking some far shots, and they're really starting to get in their groove with their alliance partner 62-72 here. 62-72 knocks in close, hits the gate. Athletic picks up the outflow from that gate. Now they're getting ready to park as the match comes to a close. All right, folks in the audience, let's try this again. Who thinks the Red Alliance won that match? Who thinks the Blue Alliance won that match? Pretty even. Still not that much cheering. Come on, guys, we can do better. All right, folks, I think we're about to get scores for playoff match 2 in the Terra division. Here we go. That is a win for the Red Alliance again. A score of 240 to 213 with a 30-point penalty gap. That is quite large. That match was decided by those penalties. Alrighty, folks, as our teams take the field for playoff match 3, I'm going to take this time to do introductions. You guys have already seen the Blue Alliance here in the previous playoff matches. You'll recognize Team 299999, the Weeping Angels, as the Alliance captain of the Blue Alliance and the 4th Seed Alliance. Their Alliance partner here, Viperbot Snakebite, Team 4546, is here as well. On the Red Alliance, we have the first appearance of our 1st Seed Alliance, made up of 30030 Exodus and their alliance partner, Robolobos Fenrir, Team 23944. All right, our referees are preparing the field, making sure all alliances are ready to go here for playoff match 3. We should be randomizing the field. Scorekeeper. Let's see what the motif pattern is for this match, and it is green, purple, purple. Let me. It's supposed to be there. It's all right. Oh, okay. I was like. All right, let's see if the field's ready. Is our scorekeeper ready to go? All right, this is a big match, y'all. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we open with 4 robots moving. Whoa, what is going on over here in the far zone? Exodus absolutely slamming 3 balls down the field in this amazing far auto. This is the first time I think we've seen this from him. Weeping Angels on the other side, running gate intakes, feeding balls to their partner, Viperbot's Snakebite. They're opting for a multiple gate open autonomous, but unfortunately they missed that one. Robolobos Fenrir here, going for these spike marks, opening the gate repeatedly, so Exodus has a wealth of balls to pull from when they cycle the far zone here. You can see them shooting those balls all the way downfield here.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right, we can see a
3,
pretty big lead coming into the
2,
teleop period
1.
here, but we've seen this Blue Alliance come back from a big deficit before. Let's see if they can do it again. Weeping Angels immediately knocks 3 balls down into that goal. No hesitation. Robolobos Fenrir and Exodus, though, they're the #1 alliance for a reason. They are not at all going to slow down. They are going to shoot and shoot, and that's what you can see them doing. Robolobo scores 3 close. They open the gate. They dump balls down the field for Exodus to grab. Exodus fighting for balls on the field. Need something to intake, so they have something to shoot. They're going back to that human player zone, grabbing balls. They're getting ready. They have 2. They're shooting 2. They're going to play some defense on Viperbot Snakebite if I had to bet. A little bit of a push battle going on here causes Exodus to miss some of those far shots, but they knock back the next 3 like it's nothing. Weeping Angels continuing those close cycles that I mentioned earlier. They're going for that gate. They're trying to keep balls flowing down the field, trying to keep the match going. Robolobos Ghost opening that gate, cycling close. They have typically been a far bot, but what they're demonstrating right now is that they can be versatile and perform anywhere on this field right now. Snakebite, absolutely not to be outshadowed by Exodus, shooting fars rapidly and accurately. We got some contact between Exodus and Snakebite. Exodus moving to the close zone rather than their traditional far zone shooting. Snakebite pushing them across the field, providing some strong defense and scoring several fars. This gap between the red and blue alliance, though, this is going to need a big pull from the blue alliance to insurmount here. Robolobos Ghost pivoting to shoot some far shots because they're down in that area. Picking up some balls, moving to the close zone, and quickly shooting 3 into that goal. Exodus lifted off the ground by Viperbot Snakebite, pushed back across the field. Balls flying towards me, towards the refs in the back here. Exodus back to their shooting rhythm. They're getting 3 down there. They're doing their best, but that defense from that blue alliance is rough. Weeping Angels up again. We got 8 seconds left in the match. Let's see if we can get some parks here from Robolobos Ghost and Exodus. Exodus going for some very last second cycles here as they go for that park at the end of the match. All right, folks. Who think the Red Alliance won that? Who thinks the Blue Alliance got that? All right. We'll see when the scores come out. All right, looks like we're going to get the results from playoff match number 3. Let's see where we're at. And it's going to be the Red Alliance with 308 points to 154. Good effort from the Blue Alliance. We will see you in the lower bracket. All right, folks, moving over here to playoff match number 4. On the Red Alliance, we see 12670 Eclipse and their alliance partners, team 23361 Cosmobotics. On the Blue Alliance, we see team 31666 Athletic Robotics and their alliance partners, team 6272 Iron Eagles Prime. All right, folks, we are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Red Alliance getting a little bit jammed up on each other there, but it's all right. They have gotten off to a good start. Blue Alliance seeing that partner auto that we saw from them last time, combining far and close robots to a higher combined point auto. The Red Alliance has Cosmobotics mostly running this autonomous program here on their own. Let's see if they can keep up with the Blue Alliance. 6272 really repping out these close cycles here, building that gap to the Red Alliance. They get 3 more close cycles as the autonomous period comes to a
Drivers,
close.
pick up your controllers.
Cosmobotics put up a
3,
valiant effort in
2,
autonomous though. We got
1.
a 47 to 48 gap here coming into Teleop, and it is really anybody's game. Iron Eagles Prime going back into that corner to reset their turret. They are ready to get going. Athletic, meanwhile, hammering some fars downfield. They are really, I mean, that robot throws like a football player, you know, that's not their name for nothing. They're hammering those far shots downfield. They're hitting all of them. Meanwhile, their partner 6272 Iron Eagles Prime is coming back to that close zone after opening the gate, making sure there's balls downfield for their quarterback, Athletic, and they are shooting those balls in the close zone, getting ready to win this match. However, the Red Alliance has really picked up the pace here. Cosmobotics and Eclipse really pushing their cycling here. Cosmobotics sinking 3 from the close zone. Eclipse sinking another 3 from the close zone. Eclipse goes to open that gate. They are ready to keep some balls in that human player zone for their partner Cosmobotics to go get. 6272 does the same, but Cosmobotics comes over there and grabs those balls out of that human player zone right away. Nothing left for 6272 the intake, so they're going to go right back to that gate. Athletic, meanwhile, continuing their rampage in the far zone. There's literally nobody back there but them. They have uncontested access to everything that's going on that side of the field. It's all them. And you can see how they're taking advantage of that. They'll line right up in that far zone, and they will shoot 3 unbothered. Meanwhile, this Red Alliance, they're keeping their cycle pace fast. They are keeping on top of this match, and it's getting closer. The Blue Alliance is seeming to flip this. It's 196 to 198. 204 to 205. This is a close match to us. We got 30 seconds left on the clock, and this is impossible to call right now. 6272 dumps that gate again, but Cosmobotics is right there, ready to grab the balls that they just emptied. Athletic continuing with the far zone shots. They get 1 in from the far zone. They go for a second. They're going to shoot 2 right here. They both go in. They got another ball right there. They're going to shoot that too. 6272. Man, they're going right there. Oh, we've got some contact in that back region of the field. That could be a base zone penalty, folks. And as we've seen many times today, that base zone makes a big difference. We got 3, 2, 1, over. All right, folks, that one was really close. Who thinks the Red Alliance won that? Oh, wait, something's going on. All right, scores should be posted here for playoff match number 4 momentarily, and this one was close, folks. Who's it going to be? It's the Blue Alliance with a score of 268 to 267. It is a 1-point gap. That's incredible, folks. 1 point. That might be one of the closest playoff matches I've ever seen, guys. All right, folks, I hope my voice isn't too far gone at this point. It's a little bit scratchy now, but I'm going to do my best here. For playoff match 5, on the Red Alliance, we have 29999, the Weeping Angels, and their alliance partner, Team 4546 on the Red Alliance. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Penguinauts, Team 32240, and their alliance partners, Viperbots Recoil, Team 16311. Weeping Angels, please come to the field. All right, folks, we got the last bot here on the field on the Red Alliance getting set up, and we will move on with this match in a moment. Alrighty, folks, I think our alliances are just about ready to go. Our FTAs are confirming last things with the team, and once they're all initialized, we will get this field randomized. All right. All right, randomize. Purple, green, purple. All right. Scorekeeper, are you ready to go? All right, let's get this match kicked off in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, all teams off to a moving start yet again. Weeping Angels, unfortunately, missing 3 balls. Same for their alliance partner, Snakebite. On the other side of the field, we've got 5 balls. No, 8 balls, 9 balls in that classifier. Viperbots Recoil really knocking some shots down far. Unfortunately, their partner, the Penguinauts, seems to be a little bit disconnected, and there is a collision on the blue side of the field. Weeping Angels tries to get some last shots off, knocks one in, comes back again, and gets 2.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, folks, the Red Alliance may be down, but we've seen them be down before, and they've come right back. So let's see what this Red Alliance can do. We have one robot still motionless on the Blue Alliance. Let's hope an FTA can get that figured out with them. Viperbots Recoil, meanwhile, has some work to do. They shoot 3 shots, but they're just a little bit high. They go back to that gate. They try to get that gate open and get some cycles in. Weeping Angels and Snakebite, they're repping out some cycles on their own side of the field. They're already making up that gap. It is 56-61. That gap closes further and further. 65-67, 68-76. This Red Alliance is pulling in, and they're going to intent on keeping this match as close as they can get it. Snakebite coming back from the far zone. Even more artifacts. They are ready to score. Weeping Angels coming in from the close zone, scoring 1 artifact into the red goal. Going to the gate, opening that gate, making sure balls are flowing. The Penguinauts are back up and on the move. This is great news, guys. Penguinauts ready to go out on some close cycles. And those close cycles are what they're great at. They're going to go backside human player zone. Time and time again. Recoil. Losing that number plate for the 3rd time today, by the way. You should probably attach that with something a little bit better. Weeping Angels seems to have their flywheel just a little bit jammed. Let's see if they can get that resolved at some point here. Weeping Angels going in. They unjammed that shooter. That is great. Recoil, though, they're shooting high. Let's see if they can get those balls in. The Red Alliance still has the chance to make this up. Weeping Angels back up and operational. Snakebite coming into the close zone. That robot is so heavy, man. Recoil can't get him to move. Great defense from Snakebite right there. They're pushing Recoil out of their way. They are ready to play some hands-on gameplay. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance still closing it ever further with 20 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if the Red Alliance can close it out. Watch those base zones. We just saw that last match have a conflict in the base zone. Let's hope we don't see that this time. The Blue Alliance moving to park with 8 seconds left in the match. The Red Alliance not doing the same. No, let's see what happens here. Recoil going for some last second shots, moving back to Red Alliance. Weeping Angels goes for a full park. All right, we got those results. And it's the Blue Alliance. Moving on with a score of 184 to 143. Everybody, please congratulate Alliance number 4 for their amazing performance today as they are out of the playoff tournament. All right, folks. Moving to playoff match 6, let's get these teams introduced. On the Red Alliance, we have team 12670, Eclipse. And their alliance partner, team 23361, the Cosmobotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 21346, Basis, some assembly required. And their alliance partner, Hungamunga. We are randomizing the field. Green, purple, purple. All right, scorekeeper, are we ready to go? Scorekeeper is ready. Field is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we're seeing Robotics go for that solo autonomous strategy yet again, while the Blue Alliance aims for their dual partner auto, combining the far and close zones. And you can see the rewards that paying off. There are a lot of balls flying into that blue goal right now. Let's see how many they can get by the end of this autonomous period. Of course, Cosmobotics absolutely not to be deterred. Still going for their cycles on their side of the field. Let's see what they got.
Drivers, pick up
All
your
right, at the end of
controllers.
auto, we see
3,
13 balls scored for the Blue Alliance and
1.
9 for the Red, giving about a 15-point lead for the Blue Alliance. Hungamunga quickly moving into cycle close. Basis quickly moving in to reset their robot's position and pick up some balls from that gate stream. Hungamunga and Basis both moving to shoot close right now. Cosmobotics and Eclipse doing the exact same strategy as them. We have 2 bots cycling close on both alliances. Eclipse moving to the side to allow space for their partner Cosmobotics to get their cycles in. Eclipse moving to that human player zone on the other side for easy access to artifacts. Basis some assembly required, and Hungamunga, though, putting up some balls in that close zone. The Red Alliance, though, having a strong comeback in Teleop, moving that auto deficit to a 40-point gain in Teleop. We'll see where this goes in the rest of the match. Eclipse quickly moving to the close zone, launching 1 ball. Cosmobotics launching 2, moving to that opposing human player zone, stealing those balls and moving back to the close zone, ready to shoot them. Eclipse doing the same thing. They are happily farming the blue zone's human player area. Whoa. It looks like something's happened to Hungamunga. They are motionless on that side of the field. It seems as if one of their power connectors has come unplugged. Cosmobotics, undeterred, keeps cycling, even though Hungamunga is right there next to their human player zone. Eclipse doing the same. Base is going to have to put in some work here to make sure that they stay inside this tournament. Basis, some assembly required, going back to that human player zone, coming back to this close zone and shooting 3 balls, landing 2. The Red Alliance, simply with free real estate basically on that side of the field, cycling over and over again with those 2 close robots. They've got crazy pace, but they got a lot of overflow coming down that gate. As I say that, Cosmobotics goes to open that gate, clear it, and score 2 more artifacts. They dive back into the corner. They need to get ready to park. That might have been a penalty. We'll see what the refs have to say about that. Basis some assembly required. Dancing around the field. All right. While we wait for those scores on the previous playoff match, well, I think we might be getting those in a second. Actually, I'll just wait. All right, let's see who won that match. It's the Red Alliance. With a score of 238 to 123. All right, folks, it is time for playoff match 7. Let's get these teams introduced. Returning to the field is seed number 1, 30030 Exodus. And their alliance partners, team 23944 Robolobos Fenrir. Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, the formidable seed 3, team 31666 Athletech Robotics, and their alliance partners, teams 6272 Iron Eagles Prime. All right, teams are ready. We're going to check this field is good to go. All right, we are randomizing. Purple, green, purple. All right, let's see if the field is ready. Scorekeeper, are you ready? Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! Both alliances off immediately to a quick start. Lots of balls flying into that red goal. Lots of balls flying into that blue goal. See Iron Eagles Prime knocking shots in from the close zone. Moving back up to intake some balls from that negate. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance working on a collaborative auto where Robolobos Fan Rear opens the gate for Exodus to cycle some balls from that far zone. Exodus doing exactly that, knocking in several shots from the far zone. 1, 2, 3. 2 go in. 62-72, doing a lot of good work on that Blue Alliance, cycling many balls from that close zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
That's 28 balls in
1.
autonomous from the Red Alliance. That is really impressive stuff, guys. Let's see if this Blue Alliance can build that gap back up in Teleop. Athletic Tech moving to shoot some close shots. 62-72, moving to do the same. Athletic Tech moving to grab from that gate. Exodus moving to shoot from the far zone, landing 3 balls in perfectly. 62-72, trying to shoot far zone as well. I think they might have, oh, whoa. That ball went flying. Robolobos Fenrir shooting close as they did in the previous match. Exodus continuing their far shots while Fenrir dumps the gate for them to have access to more balls. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance continues their strategy of 2 bots shooting from the close zone. But man, they're going to need to put in a lot of work to make up this 80-point deficit that they have to the Red Alliance. They got plenty of work to do, that's for sure. Robolobos Fenrir moving back to shoot 3 more balls from the close zone. Exodus moving back to shoot 3 more balls from the far zone, landing at 2. No. 2 of them bounced out, and that gate just opened by itself, guys. You see that? Meanwhile, 62-72 opting to play some defense on Exodus, while Athletic Tech cycles more balls from the close zone. 62-72 opting to score far here. They switched places with their partner, perhaps, and they are scoring plenty of those far shots in. Robolobos Fenrir again moving to that close zone. They are scoring plenty of balls, and they are keeping that gate open for Exodus. Exodus again continuing those far shots. Only one of them makes it in that time, but I think they'll fix that accuracy on their next shot. Athletic Tech grabbing from that secret tunnel. They are happy to be in the way of Robolobos Fenrir there. 6 shots go in from the Blue Alliance. All 6 shots land. Iron Eagles Prime moving back to the close zone rapidly. Athletic Tech doing the same. I think they're resetting their robot position. Meanwhile, Fenrir continuing that same feedback loop they've got going on. Gate cycle, grab balls, come back, dump the gate for their partner. Exodus farming balls up from the other side of the field, happily shooting them far. Let's see if these alliances can get parks in 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That was a pretty great match, folks. All right, I think we'll be getting scores shortly for that match on field number 1, playoff match 7. Referees just discussing some things with the teams. Can the Blue Alliance for playoff match number 8 please take the field? All right, we got the scores in for playoff match 7. Let's see what that is, and it's a win for the Red Alliance. 383 to 228. That's going to be a tough one to beat, folks. All right, let's welcome to the field the teams for playoff match number 8. For the second time in a row appearing on this field, we have team 12670 Eclipse. And their alliance partner is team 23361 Cosmobotics. On the blue alliance, we have team 32240 the Penguinauts and team 16311 Viperbots Recoil. I believe these two teams have already played each other once in playoffs, and here they are facing each other yet again. Like that. Terra Division, somebody has left their phone in the parking lot. If you lost a phone, please let us know. It has a golden edged case, a white backing, and there's a sticker inside the back of the phone case. All right, we are randomizing for playoff match number 8. And it is purple, green. All right, it's a high stakes match for both of these teams. This is a lower bracket match. All right, the field seems to be ready. The scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's kick this match off in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, yet again, we see Cosmobotics pulling away for that solo autonomous strategy. And yet again, we see the Blue Alliance going for that partner autonomous strategy. Last time we saw the Blue Alliance pull away. This time, let's see who pulls away on the Red Alliance. Cosmobotics going for these gate cycles. They missed that gate open, and Recoil is really knocking back some far shots on the other side of the field for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, the Penguinauts continuing those close cycles that they are known for in this division. Let's see if they can knock back 3 more. Folks, that is a 20-ball autonomous
Drivers,
from the Blue
pick
Alliance.
up your controllers.
Now, this Red Alliance, they're pretty
3,
teleop heavy. Let's see
2,
if they can make that up
1.
during the driver control period. All right, we kick off teleop. All 4 bots in motion. This is the playoffs. I don't think we'll see any bots not in motion at the beginning of teleop. I would hope. Viperbots Recoil quickly picking up 3 on the other side of the field. I believe they stole the preload spike from the other side. Cosmobotics launching 3, landing 1. Viperbots Recoil again going for that reliable human player strategy that they leverage so much. Missing all 3 shots, unfortunately. Eclipse coming back to the front of the field, ready to shoot 3 balls. They score some of them. I couldn't tell who quite shot what there. Recoil missing 2 shots in a row here, while Penguinauts come back up and knock all 3 back, keeping the Blue Alliance in contention here. A gate open from the Penguinauts. They come back after that successful gate intake and knock another 3 balls back into that gate. Penguinauts launching 3, hitting 3, again and again and again. Viperbots Recoil doing their best with human player intaking. Cosmobotics coming over and having some huge contact with the Penguinauts right before they let loose 3 shots, 2 of which went into that goal. Eclipse knocks back 3, 2 of which went into that goal. Cosmobots continuously going back between that human player and that launch zone on the close side and launching 3 balls. They seem to be having lost one short a couple times, but that's all right. They're still cooking pretty hard here, folks. Red Alliance got some work to do to catch up to this Blue Alliance, but I believe they can do it. Eclipse doing a gate cycle, grabbing 3 balls, shooting them, and landing 1. Viperbots Recoil going back to that human player. They knock some balls away. They're a bit crammed in the wrong spot there. Recoil coming back to that close zone, trying to push Cosmobotics around. They land and the ball's in the hands of our field resetters, who takes them back to that human player zone on the other side. Meanwhile, Penguinauts All right, can playoff match 9 please come to field number 1 to start their match? That is Athletic Tech Robotics, Iron Eagles Prime, Penguinauts, and Viperbots Recoil. Oh, and we finally got our scores in for the last match. That's a win for the Blue Alliance. 316 to 247. Playoff match 9 teams, can you please come to the field? That is Athletic Tech Robotics, Iron Eagles Prime, Penguinauts, and their alliance partner Viperbots Recoil. Playoff match 9, can we get teams on the field? All right, we've got a referee warning over on playoff match 9 in the Terra division. We're randomizing right now. Green, purple, purple. All right. Field is ready to go. Scorekeeper is ready to go. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, yet again, we have all 4 bots moving. Great to see Iron Eagles Prime and their partner Athletic moving quickly to score some far and close zone shots. Recoil over here knocking in several far zone shots while their partner, the Penguinauts, he's over here scoring many points in that close zone with their gate opening autonomous program. You can see them continue to do that. They get another 3 balls from that gate, and they will score all 3 of them before picking up that last preloaded spike mark. Meanwhile, in the Red Alliance, 62-72 finishing off their autonomous with 3 more close balls.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And folks, this is
3,
pretty even.
2, 1.
All right, all teams off to a very quick start. Penguinauts picking up balls close and re-ejecting them. I think that's so they can pick them back up. While Recoil lands 3 balls in the close zone very quickly while sprinting back over to that human player zone to try to knock a couple more. Athletic sticking to that far zone like they've been doing all day, knocking in a ball from that great distance. Penguinauts, ever the consistent robot that they are, continuously shoot from that close zone. They are not going to stop doing that, and they are going to keep getting balls in that zone. 62-72, shooting close. Their partner Athletic knocks back another 3 from the far zone, 2 of which go into the goal. 62-72, moving back towards that secret tunnel. They're getting ready to go for maybe another gate open after they shoot these balls. They do. Viperbot's Recoil seems to have pivoted game strategies a little bit. I think they're shooting from the far zone now. Nah, they're coming back close. 62-72, playing some defense on them, trying to keep them out of that close zone. 62-72 opens that gate, keeping balls flowing. Recoil goes back in, knocks back 3 shots. Athletic does the same. 6 go in the goal at the same time. This is a close match, folks. We're within 5 points right now. This is going to stay close, I think. Recoil and their alliance partner, the Penguinauts, knocking back shot after shot. Recoil, that is the 4th time your number sign has fallen off your robot. Oh, my gosh. 62-72, coming back in, shooting more far shots. Or close shots, rather. Athletic shooting far. 3 go in, 1 bounces out. Athletic grabbing from that human player zone. They want those consistent intakes. They're going to go for another far zone shot. Red Alliance taking a starting lead here. Maybe not. The Blue Alliance is fighting back. We got a 162-192 match. This is going to be close, and it might come down to the penalties. We come in the end game. Speaking of penalties, let's watch these base zones. See what teams are doing. See if they can stay out of trouble in those base areas. The Penguinauts quickly moving to shoot 3 close balls. Moving back to that human player zone. They're probably going to go for 1 more cycle here if they can get it. Whoa, they got a far shot in there. And then they park with 1 second left on the clock. That is going to be close, folks. All right, that one is really close, guys. Who thinks the Red Alliance won that? Man, we got no crowd energy here. All right, I think we're about to get scores here for playoff match number 9 in the Terra division. We got a quick ref discussion with the teams. We'll get those results posted in just a moment. All right, we got those scores in. Let's see who won that match, and it's the Blue Alliance. It is always the penalties, folks. 268 to 255 with 35 points in fouls. Remember, folks, the penalties always get you. Penguinauts and Viperbots recoil. Can you please come to the queue at least, or the field? Your match is set to begin in 40 seconds. Blue Alliance, your 2-minute timer has started. Please take the field now. All right, while our teams are getting set up, I'm going to take this time to go ahead and introduce the teams for our first finals match for the Terra division. You've seen a lot of these teams all day. You've seen them perform in playoffs, but I'll give them one last intro here because this may be the last match of the Terra division. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 30030 Exodus, and their alliance partner, Team 23944, Robolobos Fenrir. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 32240, the Penguinauts, and their alliance partner, 16311 Viperbots Recoil. Now, as this may be the last match of the Terra division, I would like both teams, or both alliances rather, to shake hands and come around the front side of the field to do that. Just come around the back of the field, back to your side. All right, our FTAs are making sure everybody is ready for the first final match. Possibly the last match. Good luck, both teams. Ready to randomize? Randomizing. Just a moment. Purple, green, purple. Field is good to go. Scorekeepers are good to go. Let's kick off the first final match of the Terra division in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, as we've seen these teams do all day, we are seeing lots of balls fly into every single goal. I think that is 6 balls scored in both classifiers immediately at the start of the match. Exodus doing those far cycles, we've seen them dominate with all day. Robolobos Fenrir doing those close gate cycles, we've seen them do all day. They're going back to that close zone to shoot more balls. They're going to pick up that spike mark. The Blue Alliance continuously cycling, both far and close. Both robots, 6 balls flying into the blue goal. This is great to see 2 high-level autonomous programs on the field at once. And we're actually pretty even coming out of autonomous here.
3, 2, 1.
With an equal number of balls scored and a slight difference in the motif points, we see the Blue and Red Alliance very evenly set here going into this final match. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, both dumping tons of balls into that goal. Exodus sinking far after far after far. Recoil coming up, launching 3 into that close zone, getting 2. Lobos Fenrir over at that gate area. Viperbots Recoil picking up balls in that gate area. launching two, missing both, unfortunately. Penguinauts doing what they've been known to do, those consistent close gate cycles. They have their formula to win, and they plan on keeping it. Exodus, however, continuing. They punish that human player zone. They're ready to go there. They're ready to steal balls. They're ready to shoot far, and they're going to do it every single time. Robolobos Fenrir playing their best close game. They're shooting close. They're opening that gate. They're making sure there's tons of balls going down that far zone. But Penguinauts and Viper Recoil, they are fighting for it. They are ready to win this match, and they are going to do their absolute best to do it. Penguinauts going for a gate cycle over there, dumping that gate open. Exodus coming up, trying to get some contact in that secret tunnel. Robolobos Fenrir opening that gate. Viperbots Recoil harvesting from coming out of there. Viperbots Recoil collecting in the middle of the field, going for two close shots, of which they hit both. Penguinauts coming up for three close shots, of which they hit all of. They're going for that gate open. They're going to get three balls from there and come back to that close zone and shoot another three. Exodus grabbing over here for the secret tunnel. They are coming back. They are going to shoot three balls far, of which they hit all of them. Recoil coming from that human player zone. They've got three. They're ready to score those three. Shooting. They miss one. Might be a little bit stuck. We'll see what's going on there. Exodus launching far. Viperbots Recoil loses their number sign for the 5th time today. Exodus launching far as we get close into the end game period. Teams are going to need to watch where they are on this field if they do not want to get penalties. We saw some penalties last time for contact in protected zones. Let's hope we don't see any in this match. Exodus getting out the last of those spark cycles. Recoil getting out the last of those close styles. Penguinaut rushing for one extra cycle from that human player while they go into park while the match comes to a close. All right, let's give our referees a moment to sort out the scores for this match, and we'll get those results posted as soon as we have them. I think we're going to have those results posted in just a moment. All right. Let's see if we get another match. It's a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 348 to 267. Seed 1 takes the win in the Terra division. Congratulations to Alliance number 6 for making it all the way to the grand finals of the Terra division. The Red Alliance will be representing us in the interdivision elims between Terra and Arrow.
We can, but it's probably going to be 15 minutes. Yeah. Hey, guys, you can set up. It'll probably be like 10, 15 minutes, though, so it's totally up to you. Okay. I say, if you give them 10 more minutes, they're going to head back to the practice field, so. What's that?
do the. I'll find the correct score. Y'all gonna share that tablet? We have a telephone that has been turned in at the scoring table. A telephone turned in at the scoring table. If it's yours and you can identify it, then come on down.
Welcome to the Decode Playoffs. Our top alliances are about to take the field for a shot at being the FiT Central Texas Regional Championship winning alliance. Along the way, we'll take some breaks to celebrate some awards, so get ready for an evening full of competition and recognition. At this event, we have 19 advancement spots that will be awarded to the top advancement point earning teams based on their performance on the field and in Judge Award. We wanted to give out the Compass Award, and Jessica is going to give out the Compass Award.
All right. The Compass Award recognizes an adult coach or mentor who has provided outstanding guidance and support for a First Tech Challenge team throughout the year. The winner of the Compass Award is determined from candidates via a student-submitted video highlighting how their mentor has helped them to become an outstanding team and has truly demonstrated what it means to be a gracious professional. I am thrilled to announce the winner is Hadid Khan of Team 31675 ICBC Quantum Mechanics from Austin, Texas. Is this here? There you go. Congratulations.
That's over. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. This is awesome.
Well done. Thank you so much. Hey. I'd love a picture. Okay. You have to smile for mom.
Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations.
All right, let's give it up. Quantum Mechanics. What an amazing name. And now it's time for the Volunteer of the Year, which is being awarded to 2 Central Texas volunteers.
All right. Our program would not be possible without the help and support of our amazing volunteers. Today, we want to recognize 2 Volunteers of the Year. Second place is Mike Scallon of Team 12928 Light Staters from Austin, Texas. Come on down. There he is. Congratulations and thanks, Mike. And the other one goes to Rad Allen, also Central Texas. I don't think that Rad is here today, so we'll just take this on his behalf and we'll make sure that he gets it. Thank you.
All right, if you were a judge today, you may come join me to do a fist bump line. I'm going to give out 3 awards, and then we're going to go see finals match number 1 over there. The first award that we're giving out today, yes, please come on down. If you were a judge today, don't be shy. We need people. We got to give encouragement. Come on down. All right. The Judge's Choice Award. The Judge's Choice Award has been renamed to the Rookie All-Star Award. This rookie team designed and built their first robot using a thoughtful engineering design process. They built strong partnerships with sponsors. Their efforts have earned them recognition in their local community, including a feature on KWTX News. Let's give them kudos for winning. Team 31764 Cujo Robotics from Waco, Texas, the Rookie All-Star Award. The next award I'm going to give out is called the Design Award. The Design Award celebrates a team that truly understands industrial design, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics while meeting this season's challenge. The team's design process results in a robot that is efficient, effective, and inspiring in the way that it tackles the game. For the third and second place, we're just going to recognize them in the stands. Just wave at us, stand. And for the winner, come on down to get your trophy in the fist bump line from our volunteers. In third place for the Design Award, Team 31666 Athletic Robotics from Austin, Texas. In second place for the Design Award, Team 23944 Robo Lobos Fenrir from Cedar Park, Texas. And here's what the judges had to say about the winner of the Design Award. The Design Award celebrates a team whose robot reflects thoughtful engineering and purposeful design. This team impressed judges with a lightning-fast shooter transfer that keeps game pieces moving efficiently and a responsive turret that allows quick, precise targeting from anywhere on the field. They were ahead of their competition. Welcome to the floor, Team 12596 Viperbots Copperhead from Austin, Texas, the winner of the Design Award. All right, we're going to give out one more award before we go see finals match number 1, the Reach Award. The Reach Award goes to a team that has brought new people into FIRST, whether they're new teams or new mentors or new volunteers. They inspired these new people to embrace FIRST culture, helping our community grow and thrive. In third place for the Reach Award, Team 4546 Viperbot Snakebite from Austin, Texas. In second place for the Reach Award, Team 6272 Iron Eagles Prime from Austin, Texas. This is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Reach Award. This team didn't reach for stars. You reached the whole galaxy with your amazing outreach. One of the most incredible things about your team is your initiative to support specially abled children and encourage them to pursue STEM careers. That's truly out of this world. Keep shining bright. keep inspiring others, keep blasting past the limits of what's possible. The winner of the Reach Award from Kerrville, Texas, Team 16320 Screaming Comets. Come on down to claim your trophy. And now, after they come get their trophy, it's time for finals match number 1.
All right, teams for finals match 1, please take to the field.
How about you do it as the program director?
Attention teams. Thank you. How many
Teams
of y'all
for
have
finals
liked our
match 1, please take to the field.
teams? How many of y'all have liked being at this venue today? Great. I love to hear it. There are a bunch of trash and zip ties next to the practice field and also some trash still in the pits. And if we don't clean that up, we are not going to be invited back. So we want to make a good impression on Cornerstone. If you know that you've left zip ties and trash by the practice field, please help us clean it up so we can leave Cornerstone better than we found it. Thank you.
And to repeat what she said, yes, let's make sure the venue is clean before we leave so that we can have another regional championship or qualifier or league tournament, whatever may be here. But please clean up your area and even clean up other people's messes if you want to be a gracious professional about it. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Let's meet the teams for grand finals match 1. From the Terra division and on the Red Alliance, we have team 30030 Exodus from Austin, Texas. Their alliance partners are team 23944 Robolobos Fenrir, also from Austin, Texas. All right, on the Blue Alliance, from the Aero Division, we have team 12928, the Light Satyrs. Joining them on the Blue Alliance from the Aero Division, we have team 16377, Spicy Ketchup.
Hey, folks, I just want to take a second to make sure we recognize the incredible field resetters. Crazy job this year. All of them have been fantastic. Of course, my field has had the best resetters. I had Kriti and Vidyu with me. They have been phenomenal. And I think everybody should give them a big round of applause.
All right, before we get started, let's get some crowd hype for once, all right? Let's hear it for the Aero Division. All right. Terra, can we be louder than that, all right? Let's hear it for the Terra Division. All right. Scorekeeper is ready. Field is ready. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go! All teams off, all teams shooting. We've got 6 balls in the goal on both sides of the field. Exodus continuing to rapidly shoot those far shots. Spicy Ketchup doing the same on the other side. Lightsaders on the other side doing gate cycles, picking up those close spike marks, scoring that into the goal. Robolobos matching the strategy on the other side. We have a very mirrored match right here, right now, folks. Both teams are very close and autonomous as Robolobos Furnier dumps the gate again for their partner Exodus to shoot even more far cycles.
Drivers.
All
pick
right,
up
we're
your
starting to lay
controllers.
up with a slight edge for the Red Alliance
3,
coming out of autonomous,
2,
75 to 64.
1.
We'll see what that looks like with motif points. Robolobos Furnier quickly moving to dump that gate. The same for Lightsaders. Exodus and Spicy Ketchup immediately moving to dump as many balls into those goals from the far cycle as they possibly can. Furnier dumps the gate again. Lightsaders collecting balls close that are laying around, quickly moving those into the goal. They'll probably go hit the gate in just a second here. Yep, Furnier dumping some balls close. Exodus dumping balls far. Spicy Ketchup dumping balls far as well. Exodus picking up from that secret tunnel, trying to restrict ball access for the Blue Alliance. Furnier dumping more close. They'll probably go hit that gate in just a second here. Spicy Ketchup sinking more balls into that blue goal from the far zone. Exodus going from the red zone. I think they're resetting the turret right now. Some defense, some collisions between Spicy Ketchup and Exodus. I think we just had 2 balls collide in the air. Robolobos Furnier coming back for more close zone cycles. They're keeping the pace. They just shot me twice. Okay, good job, guys. Spicy Ketchup keeping it going far. They're giving Exodus a run for their money. Exodus, who was dominant in the other division, is facing some competition here from Spicy Ketchup. Robolobos Furnier coming up again close. They went to that human player zone to get some balls. Exodus doing the same. Pushing battle with Spicy Ketchup up here, while Lightsaders continues to cycle close, uncontested up here on the Blue Alliance. Folks, Blue Alliance is mounting a bit of a comeback here. They're getting closer. This match is within 20 points, and we got 50 seconds left on the clock. Lightsaders going back over to that red secret tunnel, trying to harvest some balls coming out of the gate. Spicy Ketchup going back to the blue human player zone for some extra balls to shoot from the far. They shoot 2 and make 2. Exodus coming back to that far zone, sinking even more shots from there. Picking up balls. Collision with Spicy Ketchup in that secret tunnel. Exodus picking that up right away. Coming back to the far zone to shoot. We got 30 seconds left on the clock, folks. Spicy Ketchup cycling more far. They're coming back. They're lining up. They're shooting. They're getting all of those balls. They're going back to that human player zone over and over again. And now that it's endgame, watch those base zones, folks. We've seen so many matches today decided by those base zone penalties, and I think this one could be the same. Exodus sinking 3 more for. Lobo sinking 3 more close. Lightsaders to catch up, setting himself for a park while the Red Alliance gets their park situated as well. The match comes to a close in 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see those scores. For finals match 1. It's a win for the Red Alliance. Terra Division takes match 1, 289 to 264 points. That's a close one, and we could see that change in finals match 2 over on the Aero Fields.
All right, let's welcome back to the floor all of the judges that helped me with awards today. Come on down and help us with give out the next couple of awards. The next award that I will be giving out today is the Control Award. The Control Award celebrates a team that uses sensors and software to enhance their robot's performance. With innovative solutions like autonomous operation, smarter mechanical systems, or sensor use, they tackle game challenges with creativity and skill. They show how technology can push their robots to the next level. In third place for the Control Award, Team 21346 basis, some assembly required from San Antonio, Texas. In second place for the Control Award, Team 12928, the Lightsaders from Austin, Texas. And we just saw a little bit of that in the previous match. But here is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Control Award. For a robot that moved with total synchronization and a control system that redefined precision, this team found the perfect path to the top, leading the way out of this competition. And you just saw it right there. Welcome to the floor, Team 330, Exodus from Austin, Texas, the winner of the Control Award. And now for the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. The Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX, celebrates a team that has the ingenuity and inventiveness to make their designs come to life. The award is given to the team that the judges feel have the most innovative and creative robot design solution to this season's game. Elements of the award include elegant design, robustness, and, most importantly, out-of-the-box thinking. The award may address the design of the whole robot or some subassembly thereof. The creative component needed to work consistently. In third place for the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX, Team 14361 Robo Lobos Ghost from Cedar Park, Texas. In second place for the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX, Team 23240, the Shooting Stars from Austin, Texas. But this is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. This team had many innovative elements that made their robots theirs, and it stood out. A smartly constructed drag chain system protecting their wiring system. They showed how smart engineering can make a difference. Hopefully they won't cry too much for winning this award. Welcome to the floor, Team 299999, Weeping Angels from San Antonio, Texas, the winner of the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. Who wants me to give out one more award before final match number 2? The next award is called the Sustain Award. The Sustain Award celebrates the team that plans for the future of their program, ensuring their program will thrive long after today. They have established plans for finances, projects, team sustainability. They've tracked their progress, and they showed dedication to leadership and long-term growth. In third place for the Sustain Award, Team 16311 Viperbots Recoil from Austin, Texas. In second place for the Sustain Award, Team 12820 Wagner Trilobites from San Antonio, Texas. But this is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Sustain Award. With a combination of diversity and rich outreach activities, teaching team culture, and stable financial plans, the team built a sustainable approach through team members, through their community, through contribution, and through funding. Unlike their power cells, we'll be including them as a winner of this award. Team 18094 Bases Batteries Not Included from San Antonio, Texas, the winner of the Sustain Award. And at this time, We would now love to have you turn your attention back to the playing field as we do what could be possibly the final playoff match of the day.
All right, guys. You've seen these teams plenty of times. Well, we're waiting a second. You've seen these teams plenty of times, and they've seen each other plenty of times. Before we play this last match, which could be the very last match of this championship, we want to have the two sides shake hands before we play. So if you guys want to proceed through that side of the field and come back around this way when you're done. All right, I've introduced these teams a bunch of times, but let's do one more big round of applause for the Red Alliance. That's it. Let's do one more big round of applause for the Blue Alliance. All right.
Field, we're good. Scorekeeper, are we ready?
All right, we are ready to go. And finals match 2 in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, all bots off to a quick start. Robo Lobo, something's going on over there. Lightsaber's coming in quick, shooting 3. We got 5 balls in that blue goal right now. Lightsaber's coming back to shoot another 3. Robo Lobo's motionless on that side of the field. Something's up. Exodus trying to cycle balls, but there's nothing there for them to grab. Spicy Ketchup and Lightsabers, on the other hand, they're shooting tons of balls into this goal, and they're all getting in there. Spicy Ketchup coming back to that far zone. They're ready to dish out a couple more balls in that far goal, and they do. Both blue bots get those lead points as well, and they come out of this autonomous with a steady lead on the Red Alliance. All right, all 4 bots moving in teleop. Robo Lobo seems to be back up and ready to go. Exodus immediately going for more shots from the far zone. They are not going to go down easy. Spicy Ketchup wrapping out shots from the far zone. They're getting in Exodus's way. They're doing the best they can to keep the lead that they built in auto. Lightsaber's coming back from one of those gate cycles. They're getting ready to shoot close. 1, 2, 3. All 3 go in. Spicy Ketchup again going back to that human player zone. They're grabbing again and again and again. They'll come back and shoot those 3 far right away. Exodus doing the same, but they miss all 3. Robo Lobos Vernier, they're sitting there back at that red gate. They're coming back close. They're ready to shoot 3 more, of which they get all of them. Lightsaber's jumping that blue gate. They're trying to make sure that their alliance partner has balls to grab. We got a foul called on the field. Lightsaber shooting 3 more in. They're getting all 3 of them. Spicy Ketchup shooting 3 and they get 2 of them. Blue Alliance is maintaining that lead. They're fighting. They're trying to stay in this game. They are not Gonna lose grand finals on their watch. Lightseaters comes back out of there. They're ready to shoot 3 more balls, and they're gonna do it. Spicy Ketchup comes back to the far zone. They're ready to shoot 3 more. We got balls colliding in the air on the way from the far zone. Spicy Ketchup got another 3. They're coming back. Exodus trying to avoid contact in that dangerous human player zone. We got another ball collision. 2 balls for Exodus, 2 balls for Spicy Ketchup. Lightseaters going right back to that zone. They're coming back again. They're ready to shoot 3 more. Red Alliance, though, making up that difference. This match is within 4 points right now. We are almost all the way tied right now. Red Alliance making a comeback. They've taken the lead in this match. They were down 20 at the end of all time. They're up 20 right now. Lightsaber's not going down with the fight. They're shooting 3 more, opening that gate. Exodus right there in that human player zone. They are ready to farm that penalty. They know what they're doing. They know how to play the rules. Robolobos Fernier going back to that gate. There is a giant pile of balls in that blue human player right now, and Spicy Ketchup is going to take advantage of that. They're going back to shoot 3 more far. Exodus coming back to do the same. Exodus is back on target. They're sinking all 3 of those shots. Spicy Ketchup coming back again. Lobos Fernier, they're trying to figure out what to do. We got contact in that base zone over on the Red Alliance. Who knows what that's going to do? Spicy Ketchup gets 3 more. They're coming back to that far zone. There are 8 seconds left on the clock. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're about to get those scores for final match 2. It's a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 321 points to 247. What a comeback from Red. Congratulations to 30030 and 23944. You are the champions of the Central Texas Championship. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance as well, the Aero Division champions on their finalist alliance position.
All right, the head referee has certified that the scores are final, which means we can conclude our evening with our final award ceremony. But before we do it, let's give a hand to all volunteers who came out today. Cuers, field resetters, judges, referees, head referees, judge advisors, FTAs, scorekeepers, pit admin. It takes a village to make these events happen. I'd like to welcome all judges who helped me out today back to the floor for the fist bump line, because I have to give out some more judged awards, including the Connect Award. The Connect Award is presented to the team that has built strong connections with their local STEM community. With a clear plan and intentional steps, they grew their skills and showed how teamwork and community involvement drive success in FIRST. In third place for the Connect Award, Team 16377 Spicy Ketchup from Universal City, Texas. In second place for the Connect Award, Team 32240, the Penguin Knots from Austin, Texas. But this is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Connect Award. You know, great teams build robots, but exceptional teams build people. After conducting a SWOT analysis to guide their development, this team boldly reached out to industry professionals through LinkedIn. The mentorship they gained strengthened their skills, inspired growth, and they showed what it means to learn like engineers. Welcome to the floor, the winner of the Connect Award, Team 7161 ViperBots Hydra from Austin, Texas. The next award is one of the most important awards at the event because it has to do with the engineering portfolio. Many judges made this decision. The Think Award goes to a team that best showcases their engineering journey throughout the First Tech Challenge season. Judges use the team's portfolio to see evidence of the engineering process, lessons learned, or analysis guiding their decisions. The award celebrates the team's thoughtful approach to building their robot. In third place for the Think Award, Team 23312 Cute Bits from Austin, Texas. In second place for the Think Award, Team 2240 Slingshot from Austin, Texas. This is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Think Award. The judges were spellbound by a team where their portfolio reads less like notes, but more like a grimoire. Every idea carefully documented, spells thoughtfully tested. Their engineering process felt like true wizardry. Grab your wands, give a round of applause to Team 16458, the Techno Wizards from San Antonio, the winner of the Think Award. What about At this time, we're now going to recognize awards for amazing robot play today, highly competitive. Welcome to the floor, the Division Finalist Alliance from Terra, Team 32-240 Penguin Knots from Austin, and their partner team 16-311 Viperbots Recoil. Come down to get your Division Finalist Alliance trophies. And let's recognize the finalist alliance from the Aero Division. Team 11093 Mega Knights from Austin, Texas. And their partner, Team 2240 Slingshot from Austin, Texas. The finalist alliance of the Aero Division. And now we're going to recognize each division as if it was its own competition. Each division acting as its own competition will give each division winners a set of trophies. From the Terra division, the division winners welcome to the floor Captain 330 Exodus from Austin, Texas. And their partner team 23944 Robo Lobos Fenrir from Cedar Bark, Texas. The winners of the Terra division. Welcome to the floor, the winners of the Aero division, Team 12928 Lightsaders from Austin, Texas, and their partner team 16377 Spicy Ketchup from Universal City, Texas. The division winners of the Aero division. And even though they just walked past us, we're going to now recognize those exact same two teams, not just for winning their division, but being the finalist of Central Texas. Welcome back, Team 12928 Lightsaders from Austin, Texas, and their partner team 16377 Spicy Ketchup from Universal City, Texas. Come on down and get your finalist alliance trophies. This trophy goes for being the finalist alliance of Central Texas. And you might be thinking, is this deja vu? Yes, it is. You are having deja vu right now as they walk by and get their other trophy today. After tough competition, we got to say these two teams are the winning alliance of First and Texas Central. Welcome to the floor. The winning alliance. Two orange banners for being the winners of Central Texas, two bigger trophies. Welcome back to the floor, Captain 330 Exodus from Austin, Texas, and their partner team 23944 Robo Lobos Fenrir from Cedar Park, Texas. Yet again, deja vu. And now it's time to give the last 3 awards. After I give the last 3 awards, I'm going to welcome back Matt James and Emily DeMille to talk about advancement to the next level, which, as you may know, is quite complicated in First and in Texas. The next award is the most prestigious award given at any competition. With 48 teams in attendance today, only 3 were selected to be the Inspire Award winners. The award is so prestigious that all 3 teams were going to have a script for that the judges wrote for them, and all 3 of them are going to come down and get their trophies. The Inspire Award is the award that's presented to the team that embodies the best of First. The team is made up of strong ambassadors. They are role models. They are gracious competitors. The team excels across judged award categories. They worked together to design and build their robot. They shared their experience. They shared their enthusiasm. They shared knowledge with other teams, with sponsors, with their community, and they shared it, most importantly today, with the judges. This is what the judges have to say about the 3rd place Inspire Award. The team blends creativity, collaboration, and impact. Their passion for robotics and commitment to inspire their community impress the judges. Although this team isn't a well-known AI program, they are a well-known team today. Welcome to the floor, Team 24133, Chai GPT Robotics from Austin, Texas, the 3rd place Inspire Award winner of Central Texas. Congratulations to Chai GPT, Team 24133. This is what the judges had to say about the 2nd place Inspire Award-winning team. Your design was bite-sized brilliance, and your teamwork was fully loaded. So keep on coding, keep on inventing, and keep bringing that cheesy level of awesomeness to robotics. You shared first by giving $6,000 worth of prizes to help other teams. Today, we give you this prize. In 2nd place for Inspire Award, Team 23350 Microchips and Queso from San Antonio, Texas, the 2nd place Inspire Award-winning team of Central Texas. And now for the Inspire Award-winning team of Central Texas. And this is what the judges had to say about them. This team brought first to not only the STEM community, but also to the underrepresented. These squires built a bot that was not only innovative, but an effective meeting, matching, and exceeding their design goals. They exemplified utmost honorable, gracious professionalism both in and off the field. They grew to become a team you see today and tonight. 11093 Mega Knights from Austin, Texas, the Inspire award-winning team of Central Texas Regional Championship, walking away with an orange banner and a big trophy and the pride of being called such a thing. Congratulations. Let's give it up one more time for 11093 Mega Knights from Austin, Texas, the Inspire award-winning team once again. And with that, we are now excited to announce the 19 teams advancing to this event, to First Championship and Premier events, including up to 8 teams going straight to the First World Championship. Based on their combined point totals after their on-field and judging performance today, let's give it up to our program leader, Mrs. Emily DeMille.
Hi, Central Texas. Are y'all having a good time tonight? I know we're getting tired, but how's everyone feeling? Awesome. I'm going to take a little bit to explain the slightly convoluted system that is advancing out of this event. So Lon explained that we have our top 8 teams today that are going to advance directly to World Championship. Our next 11 teams are going to be invited to premier events. In addition to that, we have 2 other advancement opportunities in Texas. There's the UIL State Championship, where UIL-eligible high school teams can qualify to compete for UIL State Points, which is happening March 20th in Waco, Texas. Those of you who are UIL eligible should have received already your advancement earlier this season. And then we also have the advancement to the Texas State Cup. So the top 18 teams from this event are also going to receive an advancement to the Texas State Cup, in addition to their advancement to either World Championship or Premier events. The goal here is to give teams as many opportunities to compete as possible. If you get invited to Worlds and you decide that you don't want to pay to go to the Texas State Cup, that's great. We're going to go down to the next team in the list then and invite them instead. So thank you all for paying attention. And then before I get to the really big part, I have 2 favors to ask y'all before you leave today. 1, we're going to need help breaking down this field over here. And 2, there is still a lot of trash all over this venue. So as y'all are leaving teams, I challenge y'all to pick up 1 or 2 pieces of trash and throw them away for us so that we can continue to use Cornerstone Christian School in the future. Thank you. With that said, our first team advancing to the World Championship and the Texas State Cup is Team 11093 Mega Knights. Our second team advancing to both the World Championship and Texas State Cup is Team 30030 Exodus. Our third team advancing to both the Texas State Cup and the World Championship is Team 23944 Robolobos Finrear. Our fourth team advancing to both the World Championship and the Texas State Cup is Team 12928 Lightsaders. Our fifth team advancing to both the World Championship and the Texas State Cup is Team 16377 Spicy Ketchup. Our sixth team going to both the World Championship and the Texas State Cup is Team 6272 Iron Eagle Prime. Our 17th advancing to both World Championship and the Texas State Cup. I'm sorry, guys. You're going to keep hearing that. It's going to get tiring, but we're going to keep going. Team 29999 Weeping Angels. All right. And our 8th and final team that's going to World Championship and Texas State Cup is team 32240 Penguinauts. All right, there's a lot of cheering. I'm going to let the intensity. Perfect. Congratulations to all teams that advanced to World Championship and the Texas State Cup. Our next team in the list is going to be invited to a First Tech Challenge Premier event, which is an alternative capstone path to the World Championship and also to the Texas State Cup. And that's going to be Team 7161 Viperbots Hydra. All right, our next team that is going to both a Premier event and Texas State Cup is Team 20240 Slingshot. Our third team advancing to Premier event and Texas State Cup is going to be Team 23350 Microchips and Queso. Our next team going to both Premier events and the Texas State Cup is Team 31666 Athletech Robotics. Our next team going to Premier events and the Texas State Cup is Team 16311 Viperbots Recoil. Our next team going to Premier events in the Texas State Cup is Team 23240, the Shooting Stars. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me go back. I went to Viperbots Recoil. The team that was right above them was Team 16832 GP Robotics Unity. Okay, and then it's Viperbots Recoil, and then it's the Shooting Stars. And our next team going to Premier events in the Texas State Cup is Team 5189 Wolves Robotics. All right, our next team getting invited to both Premier events in Texas State Cup is Team 12670 Eclipse. All right, our next team going to Premier event and Texas State Cup is Team 31675 ICBC Quartum Robotics. All right, and then because things are wonky, our final team in the advancement list right now is just getting invited to a Premier event. But if any other teams decline Texas State Cup, they will be next in line to be invited, and that's going to be 4546 Viperbots Snakebite. All right, everyone. That concludes the advancement portion of our event. Before you go, if you advance to a Premier event, your coach must go online to firstinspires.org and log into their dashboard and submit your preferences for which event you want to attend in the next few days. If you advance to Texas State Cup, you will receive an email from me in the next 2 days getting you all the information you need about next steps to get set up for that event. Thank you, everyone. Good night. And don't forget to pick up trash on your way out. Thank you.